So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. Our soul right, but the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I'm 4x4. That is Roodood. And we've got Furia versus Loud.
Woo-woo.
Afterwards, we have Leviathan versus Vivo Cade Stars. So this one should be actually a really interesting day, Roodood, because we have, I would say, 3 deeply flawed teams and 1 pretty flawed team playing today. And all of them kind of need to win. Like,
Yeah.
two teams are in absolute desperation last chance saloon right now.
Yeah.
And 2 of them, look, the standings are really close and can't afford to drop any games. We got just 2 weeks left, my brother.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I don't want to necessarily say do or die because you've got next weekend as well, where I think that even regardless of this week, I don't think it's going to determine how the standings shake out. I think there's still opportunity for next week to be that deciding factor, but it's definitely important to put yourself on good standing. And I think that with the way that we've got a random rise out of Luxu, then we would expect that to be not what we were seeing coming into the season. So we've got a new team in the mixer here that we weren't anticipating.
No. And right now, Loud against Leviathan, they're just 1 game apart. And crucially, Leviathan have the head-to-head tiebreaker. That is massive. So effectively, that is not a 1 game gap. That is a half a game gap as far as I'm concerned. But Furia are the ones that we've got to take care of first. Furia, they're 3-2 right now. This is the lineup you all know and love. This has been the lineup last year and this year. And Rudy, I think the story with Furia, it's a whole lot of it's a whole lot of unfinished business. It's a whole lot of, unfortunately, a team that leaves you wanting in so many ways and so consistently over the last year and change.
Yeah, I mean, it's the team that should and the team that haven't, I think, is the way that I view them currently. Like they should have done such great things, especially since it was MSI last year that we saw them go to international, and like we were all thinking, okay, they're going to come back and rock everybody, and then instead, that didn't happen.
Is right, yeah.
Yeah, just like big grimace. You sure?
Yeah, and it's I feel like if they hadn't won America's Cup, there would be a lot less grace for them. Like if they hadn't gone and just absolutely tonked everybody, there would be a lot less grace for them. But they're taking on Loud today as they've got a new roster addition because of course they do. Redbird at the apparently at the request of Bull, the AD carry, which apparently this happened before the games last week. So Redbird, God love him, played last week knowing he was going to be booted. But hey, he got his last title. And now he's going to be replaced with Uzet, coming from, I believe, the Red Academy.
Red CD. The tier 2 Red team.
And if there is one team to come up from and feel good about things, it is the Red CD. They are just an absolute talent factory.
They are. I mean, just go and look at their main roster right now. 5-0, top of the standings.
Exactly.
to see evidence. They're doing pretty well. But we're excited by using. We want to see what they can contribute. And I think that if we can turn Bull back to the AD carry who was kind of taking a good few names out of last split, then we're in a pretty good spot for Loud. Obviously, if that's not the case and Uzents isn't going to be the magical piece that puts everything together, then that's a problem.
Yes, especially into the bottom lane of IU and JoJo. I mean, Furia has been wildly inconsistent, but the most consistent part of their roster has been, thankfully for them, like the part that is in this meta the most important. I'd say jungle in a close second, but everything kind of runs through your bottom lane.
It does, and I think that if you can sort of make that adjustment with this support intact and then continue to have these successes that we've seen from them previously, that is the ideal outcome really for Loud in this situation. They've obviously made this change and they've got a lot of pieces that worked well in Split 1 that managed to come together and sort of defy expectation. I feel like this Loud organization or this Loud roster is now performing to where we were expecting them to be when we started out last split. So again, this is how it looked for them as well, where they weren't particularly strong in the regular season, and then all of a sudden just started turning it on towards the back half. So we've hit the slouch, the low ball to begin with, and now we need to see them hopefully push forward, make sure that they have got what is the top-notch team to go into playoffs and do well with themselves again.
Yep. The defending champions and a team that Roodood, I mean, for me, as we get into draft here, Loud, like, there's such a funny, I mean, like, it's for me, this is like more ridiculous than what they did during their dynasty era. Because during the dynasty era, it was like, okay, well, they always had the players. To me, it was like they're underperforming in the regular season, and then in playoffs, they kind of hit the level that I expect. But for this Loud team, for me, it was they are overperforming. They are getting a little over their skates. We're going to grab themselves the Seraphine. That'll swing around and get them the Ash after R1 and R2. But Loud, when they kind of shut me up, I think mentally, was when they actually gave Lion a hell of a series at first stand. Because I thought, okay, Loud, okay, congratulations, you won the Mickey Mouse tournament in Split 1. You're just going to kind of go over there and get slapped. I had much more faith in Red and Furia. And, they proved my faith right at America's Cup. But Loud still have the sauce, and they still have the ability to be the best team in Brazil. Right now, Roodood, I mean, again, like you still have your fate in your control. But you are one game ahead of Leviathan, and Leviathan have the tiebreaker over you, man. This is not where you wanted to find yourself.
No, it's not. And obviously, I think that at this stage, them going back to continue to represent at international feels a bit far-fetched. But if that does end up being the case, then we're all here for another miracle run to take place. I want to hop into this draft, though. You highlighted the Ashe and the Seraphine. They do get picked up as a pairing. We have the 11-2 Bard in for Uzents as their game number 1, which is a pretty big gauntlet to lay down. But it's a very strong champion, has been doing a lot of great things. Alongside an Orianna in the mid lane for Envy, which has been counterpicked by a Tuts Akali, one of the picks I've seen from him frequently be successful. And will be that counter to the Orianna as well, typically seen as that answer in the mid lane. So I'm expecting Tutsia to come out swinging in game number 1.
And then the Fury has come in, and this is something we saw a little bit last year, a little bit in Split 1. I think, no, it was more last year than, no, it wasn't Split 1. We saw it last year. But as the bans roll on through here, yeah, Jungle pushed down to the bottom of the priority order for Furia, only going to get kind of 2 picks really pinched for their money. But the Nefiri Roodood, I mean, this is something we have seen kind of pop up here and there. I don't know how much we've seen it in China, but I haven't
played
seen
it this
much.
morning in China.
Right.
So it was... But it was in a heavily pinched game. I don't think it's the go-to, and they had it with an Annie in the mid lane as a sort of setup to go with it. And no surprises, it was BLG, and they rocked the enemy quite easily with Knight and Shun just popping off. But in this instance, I don't mind Young Jay taking the Neferi here. There are triple squishies already locked in for Loud. This is Assassin's Haven right now, where you are quite happy to just sort of dive into the backline. You've got a really good tool to get out of either Ash Arrows or Seraphine ultis in that W, the ability to just sort of hop up, go invulnerable, and then make yourself a bit of a nuisance in that backline. Second round of bans have come through, though. Olaf taken off the board, so Gigo not going to get their hands on that one, suggesting that they're going for something a little bit off the wall on that top side. And there's Zinzao taken away for Tartu as well. Still have their Pantheon available if they would like it, but we'll see what it is that Tartu locks in.
I was going to say, you could just go with that. Taking away the Ezreal as, I mean, the Bard was, the Bard's locked in, but you don't have the other side of that. You do have Jhin. This composition, it's all right here. You got to get through that mid-game trough, but Furia, they're going to be feeling, I think, okay about that, all things considered, right? Jhin Bard, I mean, you've got a bit of a range. I'm not going to say advantage, but range is in your toolkit, and a bit of the raw damage up front is in your toolkit. But into the Ashe Seraphine, I mean, the trading power, the sustain is absolutely brutal to deal with. So they're going with the Aatrox. Now, again, this could be a flex, but we have seen it more so in the jungle. Is there enough setup for the Aatrox?
Yes, definitely. Plenty of CC out of that bot lane. You're probably going to take a tank into the top side as well, so... I'm looking at that thinking, we will be fine and hopefully be able to, make this Aatrox sing as we move through this game. Again, plenty of squishies on Loud side as well to make that life a little bit easier also, because you've got not a lot of tank capabilities, and I will say that CC for Loud is very hit and miss, right? You've got a Bard stun, yes. You've got a Jhin. And I hold my breath and I sort of scantily check back because it is, Chino Vayne top now.
Yeah, and look, this dude's been one of, if not the best top laner in the league so far in 2026. He's really taken the CBLOL by storm. He's going to take this Vayne matchup into the Cassante. I mean, banning away the Olaf, I thought was interesting. I almost thought it was a Furia band, taking the Olaf band into something something tankier that you can abuse the true damage in the kit. But instead, I do like the look of this Furia composition. The loud composition, though, Roodood, talk me through it. I mean, because the questions that come to mind for me are, again, set up for the Neferi, right? You mentioned the Annie, but also the ability to just start fights in general.
Yeah, I mean, it's Bard or go home, really. For Uzens in a game number 1, first time out. Oh, it's a big ask. That's what I'm going to say. Because you've got, your top lane role, typically your engage, your go-to to try and win out is a Vayne. And that's not an engaged champion. So, yeah, it's going to be tricky. Uzens, thrown in at the deep end, I will say, with this composition, he's got a lot to try to do. Whether he can do it or not remains to be seen. Obviously, chips aren't down just yet, but we'd like to think that there's something left in the tank still early on in this day. But yeah, tricky position for Lad, I'll say, for this draft.
Yeah, no, this is definitely this is going to be tougher to navigate. And like you said, Uzens, he's maybe a more pivotal part than, well, I'm not going to say that he would like, because I don't, this dude, I think you have to be a certain amount of, to get to the top at anything, you have to have a certain amount of healthy, like, I'm not going to say healthy. You have to have a certain amount of delusion about how good you are at something to really get to the top about at whatever, right? You have to have a certain amount of delusion to say, no, I am better than X amount of people. And you might be, you might not be. But the point is, you have to believe that. I think Uzens absolutely does believe that. Into the game we go as we get a 5-point from everybody, which I wasn't expecting. I feel like I haven't seen a 5-point in all of 2026.
We'll then collapse into a little either 2 or 3 man step into some area to try and stop something bad from happening. As Gigo forced to take Sante's E level 1, which does not feel good, and he expended his ward in the middle brush here, which means Xeno should pull this wave first of all. Walk into that second brush. Never mind, he's pushing it entirely. I'm completely wrong, but you can really force the Cassante to eat it quite badly in the early stages of this game. If you walk up, take minion aggro, pull the wave, that means that the wave's then going to push to you, and then you can really force the Cassante to struggle to get in.
Yeah, and you give just that little bit more window if Youngjae wanted to come up and help. Obviously, not as good setup in the top lane. I mean, really, I feel like the bottom lane is the only lane you're kind of looking to target pre-6. I mean, are you really looking to target anything pre-6, or is this just going to be a farm fest for Youngjae as well to just keep pace with Tatu?
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that either of these junglers, I mean, like Tatu can gank early, but I wouldn't say that it's their strength. There's level 2s are about to coming down on this bot side. Uzens not going to step too aggressively. Ayu and Jojo have been the linchpin of this Furia composition. The double flashes out there by Ayu and Uzens. Really quick fingers on the AD carry. Pops Ghost as well there, but Tatu making his way down. Good ward from Uzens now. Does he know that there's one in the river? Well, it doesn't matter. He's going in whether they see him or not.
Yeah, there you go. I think realizing that maybe the jig is up as Envy takes a boatload of damage. Gonna grab one of his pots as the on my way pings are coming down. Yeah, so they saw that he was there, but no punish available just yet. Shino having his way with Gigo here in the top lane right now. Yeah, I mean, look, this Vayne pick, it's actually, I'm a little surprised at how commonplace it has become. I thought it was like, I don't know, man. Because, and to be fair, I think maybe my concerns with it are less the pick in isolation into certain matchups. I get why you're picking it. Range into melee, right? When you play a tank top, obviously the Vayne can do well into that. But the setups around it have left me wanting. Let's see if Youngjae leaves me wanting here. Going in right now. It's a 3v2. The wave disappears in no time flat. Ayu, not a ton of CC on him, but there's a ton of damage onto him in the form of Youngjae. Going to get that W to drop the tower aggro, swap it over to Uzens. Easy as you like.
Full HP double dive is incredible work from Loud early on into the game, and you cannot blame them for it when they know their capabilities, when they're looking at their chances in the game. That's exactly what you want to see. If that's legal and that's something that they can get away with, poor Ayu, full HP under his turret, gets dove at level 3.
So much damage that came through. I was surprised at how quickly, like, that much of his health disappeared. But now Bull's going to come back with the Swifties. Nice little back for him. And Youngjae on the board here, impacting his lanes early.
And completely against what you would expect as well. The Neferi, not the greatest pre-level 6 jungler, honestly not the greatest post-level 6 ganker necessarily, but you do have that dash to close the gap much more efficiently, as now Uzens gets that opportunity to walk in, put some vision down, and continue to peruse the jungle, know where Tartu is, and that gives free time up to Gino, who so far on this top side has made this Vayne counter work.
Yeah, feeling pretty good about things so far. And again, I think as the game gets later on, right, you favor Furia's team fight setup, their ability to fight front to back, but there is a lot of raw firepower in this composition for Loud, a ton of damage. But as Tuts, I mean, you mentioned it, a bit of a counter in the mid lane, but man, Gigo taken down to about 100 HP. Shino just having his way with Mr.
We're
Gigo
getting
on
to
the top
see
side.
the issue with Vayne now is that usually you would push this wave and then get your own recall in, but by the time he pushes the wave in, Gigo's already based, TP'd, and is back sat ready to receive the wave. And you know, it's good. Gino gets a free reset. When you take the exhaust into the top lane, you do need it. You can't be taking these bad recalls and then just relying on TP to bail you out so early on in the game anyway. You're going to get that role quest in a little bit of time, so it's not permanent, this disadvantage, but it'll certainly be nice for that to be picked up sooner rather than later for Gino.
Now Tuts finds himself at level 6. Envy not long behind. Total gold obviously in Bull's favor. As you see the sidecar on the left, showing that the Jhin has gotten going here early, thanks to that early gank. Triple longsword back from Young Jay. The first dragon does come up here. No one with really great dominion over the bottom side of the map. That level 6 so crucial for both of these junglers. And like you said, the ganking not really the point. The fact that Young Jay got that dive off, it's gravy, if anything else. But Tatu has done a good job of equalizing things. Just hovering towards that mid lane. Glarv's not going to be up for another couple minutes, so maybe once that comes up, maybe you see a trade as those come through.
Up on the top side, the contest right now for Furia, and it's a 4 versus 3 with Uzens here first. Smite for Tartu.
Tatu's going to go right back in. Now the CC coming down on it. Envy's going to get out thanks to Gigo. Going to drag him into that brush. And now just the old damage simply overwhelming. Gigo gets all out at the perfect time. Gets a double kill. Uzet next on the menu as Young Jay, not level 6. Tatu pops the World Ender and is just chasing him down. Can Gigo get this down? The Q3 does land. Pathmaker not going to find its mark, but the Infernal Chains help pick up another one for Gigo. In the blink of an eye, Roodood, that's a 3-0 Cassante.
And that was in a 4 versus 3 as well. Uzens was there, but the HP wasn't for Loud. It's a really big blunder by the team in green, or black as they dress now, but even still. Oh, Bull, hello.
Whoa.
Versus Ghost,
all
good
right.
luck.
Unless he's just crazy. No, that fourth shot, had to hit at least one more of those. I respect it, I suppose, but a flash on blowing that on Jhin, that feels greedy.
Hey man, he gets a plate. That's 60 gold that he wasn't going to get previously, you know?
You know what? When you put it that way.
Every cloud, right? Every cloud. Let's take a look at what happened on this top side and just count the numbers, right? Loud are here with 4 people, but Tatu takes Young Jay to half HP. Envy doesn't get to play the video game. And nobody from Loud actually contributes positively to this play. They all just sit and watch. I think it's off of the Smite fight. Tartu wins the Smite fight, which takes him over to level 6, and that then just completely decides the way the game's going, it feels like. As you know, this is one of those small things where before now, Loud had this small advantage. Furia, now they've got the lead, and if they never let it go, it comes down to that top side fight where one Smite has decided the game.
It certainly feels that way. The outsized impact that he was able to have is just absolutely massive. And I mean, they just jumped on him, right? Between Tatu and Gigo, they just unga booga'd all over them. And I mean, and the weakness that you have with these melee champions is going for the all in here. Tuts might be in trouble. One more auto from Uzet might do it. Envy will get the kill with the help of his support. So Loud, look, the gold lead is still even. I guess, then the extension is how much does it actually matter? You've got a 3-0 Cassante. He's on that frozen heart before anybody. How do you translate that lead best?
You pick Cassante into a team that is really bad at killing tanks and then show up. Vayne exists, but Vayne's going to be like 3 items before she can consistently win out in this side lane. Like, it takes a while for Gino to get to that late game Exodus point that we sort of really become familiar with as Vayne. Wouldn't expect that to be all that close in the future. But, you know, Bull was the one with the lead down on the bot side. Brother has a pickaxe and Swifty boots. He's not killing Frozen Heart Gigo anytime soon. And I love the Frozen Heart Rush as well, right? Obviously triple AD,
Yeah.
but the aura effect, and I mean that in the actual sense, not the not the new age sense of aura, where in an AoE attack speed is reduced. Obviously, you can't reduce Bull's attack speed. What you can do is reduce his AD, which is the effect that it has on Jhin. So, a really good purchase.
Yeah, fantastic first buy. So yeah, I mean Envy, like he's not obviously a tank shredder, so to get an immense value out of that, like you said, the triple AD plus the aura. And yeah, Young Jay and Shino, right? The second that they get a little too close, they're going to get affected by that. Doubly so. But now you've just got an absolute monster to lead you into these team fights and to be that source of setup and that source of, like you said, there's a ton of CC. Now the arrow's going to land there onto Envy. Tuts, use it. Able to help out just a little bit here. The shockwave goes out, but the perfect execution. Envy will not go down. He pops, he gets the shield on him. Just barely. Tuts had it, lost it. Young Jay gonna flash forward, secure that kill, and now Loud found themselves in the lead.
Yeah, and summon a heal, the command protect. It's enough to get through all of the damage that the Akali has. Tuts didn't really miss anything.
No,
if he didn't have flash, doesn't have any defense, but she didn't have the damage, and it feels bad. But such is life here, as Yuzens makes his presence felt, just hovering in that mid lane. I don't know if it was for that reason or something much to the other side, but it's a good hang there by him to keep his mid lane alive. Now the dragon, is falling down on this bot side. Jojo and Tartu are trying to make that one stick as Yuzens here again. No support from Young Jay just yet. Has gone back to base and picked up that Eclipse.
Now he's got himself a much better chance at dueling away with some of these chunkier targets. As Young Jay, I mean, how do you feel about that buy as opposed to something a little more, like you said, you called it out initially, the triple squishies, right? Is this just an adaptation that Young Jay, I think, was forced to make with a 3-0 Cassante?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going like that, then he should have built a different champion in the champ select. To be honest, it's you're playing Neferi, go Hubris, just play the assassin the way you're supposed to. It's akin to taking a. So, one of these champions, we used to do this back in season 4, where we'd take Lee Sin and then we'd build one damage item and then into full tank. Just play Lee Sin the way you're supposed to play Lee Sin. Okay, take your damage items, get over it. If you didn't want to have to build tank, or if you didn't want to not be able to build lethality, don't pick a lethality champ. But they are bearing down on Furia now, so we'll see if they can find anything.
It is still a good amount of damage. The wave should be crashing here. It is a little bit thin, but able to land the first knock. Very nicely done with the CC chain as Loud set it up for Neferi to knock him down. 4 ults expended, but a double kill. Well worth the payoff.
Okay, new game plan 4x4. Ignore Cassante. Win game.
True.
This is the plan. Now, whether or not that's possible, we'll obviously have to wait and see as Young Jay flexed in, tried to take away some of these Krugs as well. I don't know if he was successful in that venture, but he's going to be able to get his way out of safety, or out of danger, excuse me, as a double kill for him on that bot side feels pretty good. Gigo going all in.
Q3 lands, Pathmaker goes out as well. Like you said, the all out to go all in. Now the exhaust lands as Yuzen shows up. He's going to get Q3'd as well. Can he take Shino down with him? He can. It's a Cassante moment, as he might get 2 here. He's going to take the magical journey with Yuzen. The stun lands, very nicely done by Yuzen, but that could have been really ugly. So Cassante making himself a little harder to ignore.
They didn't listen to the game plan. They didn't ignore Cassante. They tried to do something about him, and that has costed them. They also heavily mis-executed. I mean, Yuzens went for a tricky flash play, didn't land it.
Yeah.
Shino tumbled in, got killed. There's only so many times that we can accept bad spacing, as now Young Jay gets his red buff smited away, and fortunately, well, no, not unfortunately, his life taken away as well.
Yeah, 2-2 just walked in, said this is mine now, actually. Got himself a shutdown as well.
I believe they say TY for the leash in the...
That is what the kids are saying. Yeah. You and I think, we're going dangerously close to Unk status these days, but I think that's what, the broadcasting some League of Legends.
We've said Aura today,
We said, okay. You're right. You're right. We'll say...
using the term Unk. Unks don't know what Unk means, so...
Yeah, that's fair enough. Shockwave, not going to find Tuts.
There's a lot of missed skill shots and a lot of missed things. Oh my god, Bull, you can't be here.
This is very dangerous.
All right. Well,
Wave
I'm pretty sure that
evaporating.
Gigo is of the same opinion that I am. Is that yeah, he can't be there on his own. He must have somebody nearby.
Surely, right?
3 levels down. Is Young Jay dead? No, he's chilling. Okay, never mind.
All right. B-Trap not going to find Mr. Young Jay. First dragon of the game did go over to Furia. As now we do have a deadlocked game, and we're going to get a replay here of exactly how this ignoring of the plan went. Yeah, once Eagle landed that Q3, it was kind of curtains.
I mean, he can live here as well. So Zuzans goes for a Q flash into the wall, and yet Gino tumbles in as Gigo ease forward as well. So the effective like 500 range that there was before gets taken down to 0 immediately. And this is just Young Jay, unfortunately, getting caught by double on the JoJo E. Makes it all too easy for Tartu. Hold on, I think Tuts may have.
Oh, man. Did he get lucky?
Okay. Oh, this is not the champion to try and dive.
Yeah, I was going to say, Eclipse or not, it's always not. It's
Maybe.
Always or not, by the way.
I'm pretty sure he's just going to go all out and do disgusting things.
I was going to say, he's got his ultimate back up. And, I mean, he just beats the snot out of him. Young Jay able to go untargetable with the W, but now Touch showing up. We've got a brawl here. As Young Jay just going to go over the wall, will not find his escape as Ayu shows up, right place, right time. As Furia get a little one back. We've got a rock fight here, Roodood.
I have to imagine that if I can see that coming, the best that Brazil has to offer should also be able to see that coming. This is Cassante, who's 4-0. Who are we kidding? Come on, guys.
He's a thick king. He is absolutely massive. But the problem is, that is kind of, well, I mean, I say that the gold lead has been started to spread around just a little bit. Ayu's got his first kill. He's got his first item. Crucially, Tatu's been on that Sundered Sky for a little bit. But Gigo, man, I am happy that we get to see Gigo with some playmaking potential. I feel like it's been a minute since we've seen him with the resources pumped into him to make him be able to take over a game.
That's certainly the hope. But, you know, time being, our gold lead remains relatively even across the game. Obviously, on that top side, definitely not the case. But a dragon started here by Loud. They're going to buy themselves some time by taking that, as Toots now the one missing the majority of skill shots, as Toots is easily able to actually get away. Sorry, he's not all the skill shots. Envy with a Q that went very far forward. I like the play from Toots there, though, as he sort of backstepped, walked in front of Envy almost, and then used him as a way out with the double ulties. Do you remember when Akali used to not have to target somebody with ultis?
Yeah, you could just, you didn't need something to bounce off of, like you said. Yeah.
That was a wild time.
It's pretty incredible, some of the nerfs that champion has received that we just kind of took for granted as like, yeah, you know, it's a frustrating part of her kit, but oh well. Let's might be able to go back in. Mistimes the shot. Well, actually, time the shot was actually okay in terms of damage.
Yeah. Actually interrupted Tuts' E there as well, so Envy didn't take the damage from that.
Okay, good catch.
Actually, perfectly timed. Not to dismerit you, but you are not in the correct sense there, sir.
No, that's okay. That's why you're here.
True.
Yeah. Okay.
Protobelt finished though, and you can see Tuts is doing a lot of work. 2 seconds on his ulti feels crazy that's back up. Again, to add to the. Do you remember when Akali had this kit? She used to be able to just be stealthed underneath the turret with her W.
Well, that was the biggest pain point. Yep.
Yeah. And then people were like, when those things got removed, the champion's dead. How are we ever supposed to play it again? And it's perfectly fine.
Such drama queen, but that is League of Legends discourse in a nutshell. It is always either so over, irreparably over, or we are so back, and there is no middle ground. But you know, we're not paid, so you know that I'm saying this out of the goodness of my heart. The balancing has gotten better. Over the last few years, so they know what they're doing. Gigo now on 2 items, as is the rest of the squad here. Well, the rest no, just Tatu. But I'm a little surprised at how Tatu. I mean, well, I shouldn't be. Maybe he's the best jungler in Brazil on his day, but I've been impressed with Tatu and how he's been able to keep pace with. Man, Shino. I'm not sure if that was intentional there, but just managed to tumble out of the way of the Enchanted Crystalero. As nothing really to fight over here as far as the. Yeah, very close. Nothing really to fight over here as far as the objectives are concerned, but I mean, again, you see just kind of.
If we fight, it
means we're going to fight
of the game. You know.
Yep, exactly.
That's the best reason to fight in Brazil.
Yes, sometimes it's the only reason to fight in Brazil. Young Jay, gotta be a little careful here. You do have a Nefiri button. There it goes. Go over the wall here. Yeah, just we're gonna get the BR Ram in the mid lane here as Gigo. Where's Gigo? I've lost track of Gigo.
He's in the mid lane. He's helping farm.
He's in the mid lane. Okay.
Yeah, just giving
There he
Ayu a little hand, you know?
Yeah.
Ayu's not necessarily
yeah.
struggled this game, but he is behind in gold, so I'm not against this push into the mid lane, get the crystalline overgrowth, get some more gold. Honestly, onto Gigo, who's like 2.4k gold up over his counterpart right now. And I'm looking at this. I don't know what this core field for Gino is building into, but I can tell you it's not a Blade of the Ruin King, and that is a problem.
No, it is not. And as Vayne, yeah, I guess he's just relying on the fact that the kit has enough inbuilt stuff. But I mean, if you get one good Q into Gigo, you could just end him right there. Young Jay gonna buy himself a little bit of time with a W. Gonna go over the wall by compliments of Gigo. Very much not consensual in that respect. Shino finally trying to get his way out of the team.
Yeah.
Tatu gonna go over with the World Ender. Gigo easily in the front line. Loud have problems. That is how that game is gonna go. Tempered Fate goes out to make sure that the target is used. But that's a double kill onto Gigo. And a rare Gigod moment for him. I mean, this is the dream power fantasy for Gigo. But if the fights keep going like that, Loud simply do not stand a chance.
I mean, if the game keeps going like this, they don't stand a chance. They've drafted themselves into a massive hole and are now trying to claw their way out of it like 20 minutes too early. It's just not possible for them to win these fights. They have very little, if any, engage. They have no real damage to get through Cassante. And if... Oh, it's Essence Reaver for Gino. And if the game continues going this way, it'll be over before Gino hits the power fantasy that we know Vayne can go for. We'll take a look at how the fight breaks down. Young Jay getting caught on the front lines. He's eluded and thinks he's safe because he's got that portal there, but it gets timed out. Bull, look at the damage the Jin's doing this entire fight. He fires one shot, got a reload. Hold on 1 second, guys. Gets charmed, gets knocked up, gets... Oh, no more autos down. Excellent Jin gaming. Gino, same sort of thing. What does he do? Tumbles in on one side, gets an auto down, immediately runs away. Like, there's no setup for them. We can't blame them for running away, but the composition has so many holes in it. There's no way for them to step forward and hit these carries, or even the tanks, because the tanks kill them first. Oh, and Young Jay died with Baron up.
Yeah. Young Jay's simply too far forward. But again, it's like, well, who else is going to be into that front line? And it kind of has to be Young Jay, but that's, that goes back to what we're identified as the problems with this competition in the draft, right? You have no front line, you have no tank, you have no way to start fights. You are playing this game reactively, kind of whether you want to or not. And Loud certainly do not want to. With this composition, you simply cannot be on the back foot. I mean, you can, but it's so hard to execute. And you're seeing that right here. And it's even tougher to execute when the tank has all of a sudden become a raid boss.
Okay. Well,
Shino might be just be toast here. Let's get the rest of the damage down. Tatu joins the party. Deadly Flourish. Does get one back, but the kill goes on to Yuzent. And if that's not adding insult to injury, I don't know what is. My goodness. I mean, Tatu just monstrous right now. Going forward with reckless abandon. Young Jay going to try to get on him, but JoJo should be able to help him out enough.
Yeah, guys, you kill this guy for sure.
Yeah.
You might kill that guy.
Yeah, okay. So they do get enough. They do get something back here, but Young Jay will be next on the menu as Ayu finally shows up. Shutdown goes over to Young Jay, but it is just more of the same, Roodood. Loud are too far behind. Their competition does not work well enough. And by the way, Gigo was there for none of that.
Yeah. You know what? I was on board with saying that this was a good play, that they got a couple of kills, and that feels nice. But it was a 4v5, and they still got absolutely destroyed in that venture. So, not good business from the Loud team in this game number 1, and hopefully for Furia, they're sat here with open arms, waiting for a game 1 acceptance speech. Okay, we are sending... This is 4 people on the way to kill Gigo. All out's ready, so he's going to abduct somebody and just get away out to safety.
Who will it be? Envy? Does not actually holds onto the shockwave. Enchanted Crystal not going to find its mark. Yuzen able to get something over the wall there, and Bull with the Deadly Flourish helps set it down. Very nicely done.
Yeah, small thing. Envy, you are not him this game. It needs to be Gino. You need to be funneling all of the gold into this vein. So taking that kill, taking it is like...
Yeah.
Saying it is whatever. Whether he meant to or not is a different thing. But we really should be looking to give kills to Gino this game because he's the only one who can carry anything. So this is the replay of how Young Jay gets caught out. Please don't tell me he hops onto somebody. Nope, he walks.
I was going to say, yeah. Okay. Oh, and then the snipe from the other side of the map. Very nicely done.
Well, and then
I
this
mean,
is the
he was
replay of
toast
the
anyway, but
mid-fight. Yeah.
yeah.
So Tutsu's doing a really good job with the proto belt at sort of closing that gap and making people think that he's not using the shuriken flip, and then he gets in range, sort of shorts the flip itself, and makes their life really difficult to try to dodge. As Bull actually getting out of here just by being able to walk away using his turret, and then Tatu using Seraphine, using Aatrox healing, and then Jojo, unfortunately, just again getting a little bit abandoned almost by Tatu there. Q3 lands and it knocks up Young Jay on the right side of the tracks, so that means that both of the junglers follow one another. As we come back, 3:45 on the next Drake. It's not solved for anyone either. So at the minute, Loud, do nothing. Go back, farm your camps, farm your waves, accept that this is your time to chill. Are they going to do that? Probably not.
Not really their MO, historically or in this one. Another Mountain Drake added on to the Cassante. I mean, he's got 3 items right now with that Randuin's. I mean, he's just the Randuin's and the Jack Show. Incredibly difficult to deal with, and I think that is an understatement here. As Shino going with the Essence Reaver, like you said, no Blade of the Ruin King, none of that woke nonsense. We are simply going with Essence Reaver.
I mean,
we've seen the Hexblade a lot, but
if I may, this is the alt build for Vayne at the current stage, right? Like this is the equivalent.
No, it's not
that.
uncommon.
Yeah. Ugh. All right. Blade of the Ruin King would be, a bit of a... Blade of the Ruin King Vayne is currently off meta, which, to do whatever you want with that information. I don't know. It's feeling like Gino has just looked up Vayne on a Mobifier guide. Oh yeah, the pros are building this. That looks good. And then not looked at the enemy team. And that's not better encapsulated by the fact that literally nobody on Loud has anti-heal yet when they're up against Seraphine Aatrox. Like, that is the most egregious set of builds that... And that's for everyone. All of y'all are guilty of that.
And you saw that in the last fight. I mean, look, it's Jin autos, so I can't draw too much from it. He was on kind of, I don't even know if he had the LDR completed, but when Tatu was running him down in that fight that kind of extended into the into the brush there on kind of the eastern quadrant of the jungle, every auto that Bull emptied into Tatu, he healed up immediately. Yep. He literally did nothing. And that's the state of affairs here. Like you said, no anti-heal still. Yep. And it is simply going to get harder. I mean, Ayo and Jojo have taken such a backseat in this game, and they haven't needed to do anything other than that. Gigo and Tatu have just run the show.
Walk up and press W. Like, he just needs to
exactly. He knows his job.
W. If occasionally he wants to press ulti, he's entitled to do that as well.
Yeah. And that just, I mean, and they don't even need to, right? I mean, and usually getting that encore layered onto kind of a short range melee heavy comp, or I should say over the top of to assist a short range melee heavy comp, which is what Fury are running here. Usually that's like so crucial, right? To give them the space to get in, to catch up, to close that gap, to get onto these squishies so the Tatu can, and Gigo can do the thing that is the weakness of their champs, which is just to run at you. And now it's completely optional. And that's the kind of lead that the top side has built here. It's essentially the whole game. I mean, look at 7,000, 7.7k gold lead up on the scoreboard. 7.4 generated just by Tatu and Gigo. It's been that kind of game.
It has. So, for Loud, the game's not over yet. Like, to reiterate the win conditions for Loud, if they get to 45 minutes and the game's still going, can they win? Yeah, probably. They could probably dance, and Gino might be able to go absolutely crazy, but are they likely to get there? No. That might be a dead Bard.
Yeah, he might be toast. Tatu is going to make sure that that's taken care of. And now it's Baron time. Young Jake could look for the flip here. Yeah, true. Two of the optional ones, as we have highlighted. But yeah, there's nothing. Young Jake's not even going to bother with the flip here. We don't have anti-heal, but we do have a Serpent's Fang, Roodood. So I don't know. I guess.
Take from that.
I guess that's nice. Yeah,
it is. I mean, Cassante has shields on the Seraphine as well. It's not nothing. And getting this Drake here buys them probably another 5 minutes. But if the game is still going in 10 minutes time, I think Furia need to look inwards themselves. So
Yeah.
we'll see about that. What can they do with this Baron, right? I think their goal should be break open the base. If they can break open the base with this one and end the game, happy days. If that doesn't happen, I start to think that Loud might be on for another miracle comeback.
Second Baron of the game. Not for nothing. Do you think they got enough with that first Baron? Because it is kind of surprising there's a second one as the curtain call goes out.
Oh, what are we hitting here? I mean, we're hitting IU.
Yeah.
Very little
But
damage.
He's just going to get healed right back up.
He's going to get Seraphine W. And he did just take a Q as well, so IU's not for nothing.
Oh.
Really trying to help Loud here.
Yep.
But he's already full HP. Never mind.
Bull with 3 items and an LDR. Now, look, I get it. It's Jhin. In the mid game, it's not, amazing. But with a 4-shot with LDR and IE, what a stiff breeze would do to Gigo right now.
Yeah.
It is looking so rough. And that's just the $1 million question: is how the hell do you get through this tank? It's all on Shino. It's like you were saying about Envy, right? Taking the kill or whatever, but like everything has to go through him. Now YungJay looking for a flank. They have a ward on, so they're going to see him early.
I mean, Gino's top right now. The vein that it's all on has just been AFK for the last 5 minutes. They're sacrificing everything to get some gold into the vein, who's now building an LDR or Mortal Reminder or whichever one it ends up being. But by the time they get there, the game might be over.
Yeah, Shino, you got to hustle back, brother. These Baroned up cannon minions are wreaking havoc on your base. Now here comes the TP to get back in more of a hurry.
Okay, still no anti-heal. We're going for the fight though.
Oh, Tatu goes forward here. Tempered Fate lands on nobody. Gigo comes back, and now so does Tuts. Gigo actually taking a lot of damage here, but did he eat enough for the rest of the team to be able to go in? Tatu goes in with no follow-up, able to get shut down there by Shino, but Tuts rips through everybody, buys his team time with the stopwatch to get just that little bit of healing, that extra shielding up, will keep Tatu alive, but now Gigo can't get in either. Now the curtain call going to come back up for a second time, as Tuts will be hit by that third shot, and Envy will rip through Gigo. Sloppy stuff from Furia as Loud walk away with a 2-for-1.
And the game was so easy for Furia. They had 2 inhibitors. They were in the good spot. Go back to base. Let's walk out top lane, and they can still do that. They're probably still okay, but they've given some gold over to the carries, and that's not necessarily what we wanted here. Tatu does go a little bit deep on the top side of this play, and actually Gino, after getting caught by a Q3 and a Seraphine E, gets a Mikhails from his support, who I think Uzent this game has actually performed incredibly well on the board despite the transgressions of the rest of his team. And the fact that Tuts makes it out here is due to a slightly early Q from Uzent out of that stasis. Gigo does fall. Shutdown goes to Envy again, which, again, he doesn't feel like the Orianna's going to be the one to carry this game home. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe a big Shockwave is going to one-tap Io and Jojo, but we need to find a way through this front line consistently and a little bit more quickly.
And it does feel like, Roodood, the only way they're going to is if you get fights like that from Furia, where it is simply just not
they
coordinated.
dive the 2 Nexus turrets. That's just...
Yeah.
It's possible. Don't get me wrong. It's not likely. Once again, and Gino, with that gold that he got from the play, went for a QSS.
Yes. I mean, I suppose, again, I get it, but, still no anti-heal. Stopwatch. Out for... No, sorry, that was a Tempered Fate. My apologies. I was like, stopwatch on that. That makes no goddamn sense. Use your head, 4x4. YungJay, again, looking for a sideways way into it. Maybe he finds it here. As slowly and methodically, Furia are going to work through the base of Loud. Curtain call goes out and gets touched. Hold on a second here. That second shot did much more than I thought it was going to. Now Shino, with his ult build, he gets in, and now the shutdown comes in onto Envy as the rest of Loud are on a warpath. The resets come in for YungJay as now 2 more kills come in. 3-for-0. Roodood. Furia are they're having a Furia moment, and Loud are having a Loud moment.
I would put the house that Loud are going to win this game right now.
It certainly feels like it. It feels like we've seen this game many times before. You and I have been in this league a long time.
Yeah,
it's feeling like that sort of game.
This is a Loud game where they get absolutely walked through the early stages of it, and then somehow win late game. And this is a very good Furia game as well, where they are just the best team on the map for the first 30 minutes, and then the second they see a Nexus, they just have no idea what to do.
No, things really get the better of him. As now, Roodood, I mean, we're clowning on him for the lack of anti-heal. They simply don't need it because these fights aren't these extended fights. I mean, look, it'd be better, but the way these fights have shaken out, the healing hasn't been a factor.
I guess that is true, and it pains me to say so. Arrow goes wide. Drake has been started, but Furia and Loud, they're on even footing. There are no Nexus turrets to turn this one.
Tuts looking for a flank. He'll get 1v1 by Shino. Young gets bumped back. Young Jay's still kind of low. Tuts kind of low as well.
Shino used ulti.
Yeah, I was going to say he used the final hour. So waiting that out is huge. So Loud knowing that's not available. That's your go button there. But again, look, you got that, you got those Drakes kind of when, nobody cared about the Drakes. And like you said, it bought him 5 minutes. And now it's sole point for Furia. So now they've got a bit of an ace up their sleeve. But they're going for Baron number 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we're in this late game with experimental hexplay. Vayne's ulti, I think, is about a 40-second cooldown.
Yeah, it's literally back up in 3, 2, 1 now.
Yeah, so that big cooldown, Shockwave going to be the same Vayne. Paul the Pack, similar situation where Jojo actually not going to have that encore. So I actually think Loud come into this, they've got a little bit of an advantage in terms of those cooldowns.
Crazy that is the
Envy
case.
does a lot of work as well. Like we clown on him for getting all of the gold, but 9-stack Dark Seal, Void Staff Rabadons, it's full damage.
Young Jay going in and
Tatu's
gets
dead.
it. Tatu is just toast with no jungler for the Baron. Furia are on the run. Now on the front foot, it is the big green machine. It is Loud. Gigo trying to have a Cassante moment, but Yuzen helps shut it down as Loud get the Baron. Roodood, I hope you enjoy your 2 houses.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And, it felt inevitable. The second they threw in the base, you just have to have that inkling that something was going to go wrong. And for Furia, it really has. They lost 2 members, and we have to credit Loud, okay? Like, they've drafted this composition knowing what they needed to do. Gino has been nowhere for the last, 30 minutes, turns up and has a great time of things. They finally get the re-execute on the Neferi-Orianna duo that they've been waiting for so long that failed around the Dragon, where you put the ball on the Neferi jumps in, and it's a baby Nocturne Ori combo. And it works beautifully. It takes out Tartu, who's relatively squishy here. Pretty glass cannon on the Aatrox. Usually we see Sterax, you see Guardian Angel, but instead Voltaic Cyclo Sword in the inventory. Like, this guy has gone for damage, but if he gets CC'd and dies, it ain't no good.
No, he does not last around those fights. I mean, but this is how, again, you sort of mentioned it. We have to give credit to Loud because it's a very narrow kind of window of execution for this composition, especially in these 5v5s, right? And Loud, there have been points where they decided not to take fights they knew they couldn't win. Tatu just on tilt right now, gonna ult Young Jay, see if he can get over the wall with the Umbral Dash over. It's a W over, but Loud, they're marching down the base.
And now Tatu has no ulti. Young Jay still has their ult as well. Gonna look to try and find some sort of health back off of the creeps, and then help out there as well. But 1 inhibitor falls. That's it. Drake spawning in 2 minutes time, and they've got the good inhibitor for it as well. Down on that bot side means that, for Furia, they'll be able to walk through that bot lane, keep the wave pushed, and contest that dragon. Maybe have to do it through the bot lane. Not a big deal that inhib does fall. I want to draw your attention quickly here, 4x4, to Ayu's inventory. Because we have got AP Ash right now with that Seeker's Arm Guard, who's working towards presumably just a little bit of safety with that Hourglass in invent.
Yeah, I mean, you would say, okay, well, if you want that safety, if you want that, whatever, I guess go Guardian Angel. But do you think, the fights are just ending too quickly for that to be of value? But
I think there's a lot of value in Stopwatch versus Shockwave. As curtain call comes up, Jojo presses W, and now 400 damage onto Tatu. Gets healed immediately, but it's one of those Jin zoning ults. You siege a turret, you put the ulti down, and everyone backs away.
Yep. Yeah, and I think Ooh-wee is right. 2,000 gold lead now for Loud. Now, again, as we get into this stage of the game, the gold leads matter less and less, but it's just to illustrate the point that Loud have swung a 9,000 gold, heading 9,000 gold swing now. And finally, at the 38-minute mark, we see anti-heal. Young Jay has gotten himself an Executioner's Calling, and we joke on it, but like this all of a sudden gives you an upper hand that you didn't have before in these more sustained fights, right? If you get a fight that Furia wants to take more in their flavor on their terms, all of a sudden you have this trump card, but it is still just on one character and a single target character at that, right? I mean, you tell me how easy it's to spread that anti-heal with the Neferi dogs.
I mean, I'm looking at the rest of the team. I think Young Jay's the best target to have it on. He's got an AoE Q where Jin has got auto attacks, Vayne has got auto attacks.
Yeah.
AoE Q for Young Jay, maybe the best person to have it, to be honest with you.
Right. Fair enough.
It's not good by any means, but somebody needed it. So, Envy used ulti there, Shockwave down. 5 seconds before the Drake spawn. That is not good.
No, that is suboptimal. That was oh no, I might literally die here if I'm not careful. Also love that we've got the active items and see what's up there on the HUD. So shout out to the producers. That's very nice.
Yeah, GA's available for Young Jay here. And now it's a case of stalling, right? Like Shockwave halfway back up already, so not the worst case in the world, but you can see down on that bot side as well. It's Tuts having to catch that bot wave. Good that they're recognizing where they need to be, and I think Loud here, they've pushed that wave in the mid lane. Furia say, all right, you have the Baron, you have the tempo on the map. We can afford to wait 5 more minutes, and we'll go for one last Hail Mary.
Man, oh man. This is some truly wild stuff, man. The fact that Loud are in this game, and Roodood, we I circle the point back to you. I mean, you said if at the 45-minute mark, if we crest that, could Loud win this game? Sure. I think even this was past kind of the fantasies where I thought they would be. I thought it was just going to be, more of Furia get emotional and try, dumb fights like they do sometimes in the late game. And it's such a shame because what we had said about Furia for so long was that once they had a lead, they were able to close it out. As you see the total damage there on the left, Shino miles ahead of everybody else, just farming damage onto the tankier targets. But the best version of Furia, to state a very obvious point, the best version of Furia simply does not let this happen, right? Because Furia at their best were this perfect marriage of aggression and control. And now it's just all gas, no brakes for Furia in simply the worst way possible. This is such an encapsulation of some of the problems and inconsistencies that have plagued this team that has the ceiling to be one of the best teams we've ever seen in Brazil.
And ultimately, that's the reason that they are 3-2 in this split so far. Young Jay ball on top. Let's see what happens.
Ball on top, ball up top potentially as the Shockwave doesn't find its mark, a little bit too far away, but the W is going to get him away from the Encore. Tatu going over the wall now, and now it is all gas, no brakes for the rest of Furia, but Shino just says absolutely not, as Young Jay will go down as well, so both junglers down, but they'll come back up with the GA. Young Jay, or Ayu, excuse me, trying to get onto Young Jay as the health bar is getting lower for Loud. Envy doing damage, he's completely unbothered. Jojo taking low, Gigo taking low. Finally, that comes up. The damage from Envy is huge. The double kill for Shino as he stays alive. Loud, are you kidding me? Look at those health bars. This is just what they do against all odds, against all logic. Loud win games, and that's what they're going to do in this one.
Oh, I'll take my free house. Thank you very much. It's Loud finding game number 1 in this one. Oh, where's a Karthus when you need it? Look at those health bars. Loud playing on the absolute edge. And they're going to be able to take this game. It was bare knuckle. It was bloody. It was brutal. And yeah, that feels like they've just played a whole best of 5.
Seriously. I mean, that was the first of the day. We've got potentially 5 more to go.
Yeah.
If Loud have any say about it, I mean, look, Furia aren't going to go down without a fight. And game 2 will be, I say that I have no idea what game 2 is going to hold. But Tatu and the rest of Furia, they got to be kicking themselves right now. To let that game get to that point is simply criminal. But Loud, man, it's 5 completely different players from the Loud of old. But the je ne sais quoi, something happens when you put on that jersey that lets you do dumb stuff like this. Unbelievable.
And this is both teams are going into the coach's dressing room to disappointed dads, where the Loud coaches are there like, What did you guys do? And then the Furia coaches are going, or the Fury players are going into the Fury coaches, and they're even more upset. Oh, what did you do?
Yeah.
I think that for the Loud players, they've got a little bit of an argument to go. Well, what did you do? Why am I playing Vayne? But I am, friends with a good number of coaches. No coach is going, Vayne looks good here. They're always going, have you heard of Sion? Have you heard of Shogath? Ornn, maybe. Coaches aren't quick to pick out the Vayne.
Sometimes. Sometimes they are. Sometimes we get some goofy stuff in the top lane with no setup. But if it works out, then, all is forgiven. But the fact of the matter is, Loud hold a 1-0 series lead here over Furia. And Furia's got a little bit of soul searching to do, man, because this is just this. If Furia want to be a serious team, they cannot keep doing stuff like this, man. And it's been far too often. Like you said, this is why they're 3-2. They are never going to live up to their potential if they keep doing stuff like this. I don't know what happens when like they go international or like they get to play against Cloud9 that were whatever. But like this is a very, very frustrating team. But Loud with an unbelievably huge win in the context of the standings as well.
Yeah,
1 win away from warding off a last-minute surge by Leviathan. But we'll get to that and all that and more in just a second. We're going to take you to a quick break. When we come back, game 2, Loud versus Furia. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. 4x4 and Roodood back here with you for Game 2 of Furia versus Loud. Loud taking an improbable win in that one, Roodood, but I think more of that, look, you have to give immense credit to Loud, but a lion's share of the blame has to lie with Furia. You mentioned it like 20, 25 minutes in. If the game is not over in like 10 minutes or whatever, I think it was after another dragon was taken, we said, oh, they've got 5 more minutes, but if the game isn't over, Furia have to look inward. If you are Furia, if you're the Furia coach, what level of what was the message there between games 1 and 2?
Well, yeah, there's nothing you can say, okay? Because the team knows, and I think it's condescending to pretend like the team don't know what they just did, right? So you just go, right. Well, the good news is we know we can beat them, right? Like, if game 1 showed us anything, we can beat them, and we will just go on to game 2, right? Don't worry about it. Once the series is over, you flame the shit out of them, and you just go, you absolute griefers! And then you can start screaming. But during the series, you got to keep composed. You got to keep a level head and make sure that everybody's still ready for another game, because ultimately that might not matter. If Furia can come back and sweep this, it might not matter.
Exactly. As they look to keep pace with Czech's Notes Fluxu at the top of the table. It's for second place, so that's the world that we are. It's the world that we are living in right now. Loud gonna take first pick here, as they also Furia, I guess, chose to grab red side, or vice versa. I don't know exactly how the order went, but we're gonna lock in Nico first pick here. Look, champion's still really strong. You can still flash. You can still ult flash, and I think as long as that is the case, she'll probably never go away. Not really.
No, she will always sit in this nice myriad of being a better Rakan for me, right? Where you can play make, but you're also like low-key ranged, so feels good. And that's really what Uzens has been seemingly pretty decent at so far. Really good playmaking on the Bard in game number 1. Now going to be doing the same thing on the Nico here for game number 2, as the Rise gets locked in very early here for Tuts. So team fights already the name of the game for Furia, as they've locked themselves in what is a very solid mage into the mid lane, and sort of testing Envy to see which of those he's going to look to respond with.
At the Anivia open here for Envy. Look, he can play. Envy likes to play just about anything, but we'll see what they want to take into the Rise. Maybe something even a little more aggressive, as the Caitlyn is locked in here for the round out.
10-1 win rate for the Caitlyn right now.
Yeah, that surprised me as well. No, that surprised me as well. That is pretty wild. So see if they can make that lane dominance count here. Bull and Uzent. I imagine it's gonna be the Corki over on the other side for Ayu.
Yeah,
but with Envy, not afraid of the Annie either. It's a champion that he likes a lot.
I
but Roodood does
this
not.
Pick. No, I was flaming this pick on the LPL this morning. That it just, I hate this champion. Feels like whatever you play against it just gets massively far ahead of you, and you just lose. So I hope, obviously, for Loud, we'll see if that's the case here again. The Ezreal, the lock-in, though, for Ayu down on that bot side, and this is probably the only pick that you could hope to keep range with Bull at. Ashe already taken off the board through Fearless. Varus, you could have gone for, but not really what is up on the cards. So the Ezreal Q's at range. Feels good to be able to match the range that the Caitlyn has.
Yeah, and I think, you pointed that out. I mean, it's less about, okay, what's going to pair well with the Nami at this stage when you're going into Caitlyn Nico, and it's more about what can trade with it, what can not get just completely run over by. Because if you do go with that Corki, okay, yes, you can, you have a little bit of sustain, and you've got a little bit more mobility, but the range is going to be an absolute issue for you. As now the jungle pools start to get pinched here. We've got mid lane and bottom lane all sorted, and so this is consistent with you. So you saw this yesterday as well.
I hate this pick. I will be an Annie hater, for a good long while, until she's put back into a role where she belongs. Mid lane is not it. Put a support. Start giving her a jungle buff, right? Like, do something where she's not the leading carry out of my mid lane. Happy days. Support, just as good. However, mid lane, not my pick.
Support might not be a bad shout. I mean, that is where all kind of Season 1 mid laners go to die. So, yeah, and then if you're just using it as a flash ult bot, guess what? You can do that in the support role as well.
Look at Uzets this game. A flash ult bot. Like,
yep, exactly.
This is the goal. Okay,
Ooh, we got Lee Sin. All right, so Tatu not messing around here. We have actually seen some pretty good Lee Sin play. I don't know, the games I have casted, I've been impressed with the Lee Sins that we have seen as we get deeper and deeper into Fearless. So there's your early game, Roodood.
I think that's maybe a bit of a denial as well. I feel like Young Jay's the kind of guy that'd whip out a Lee Sin in this situation as well. The way that Annie got picked earlier today or earlier this morning was where you take the Annie so that you can pick a like quite high carry jungler as well, as it is the Rumble that gets swapped to on the last second. And you kind of need that here in this game. There's lots of them that have been taken away. I mean, Wukong is my pick that I can still see that's available in terms of the jungle. There are,
got banned.
Count them, 6. Oh yeah, Wukong banned as well. So 7 jungle bans plus the 2 from Fearless. Like, I don't know what's going in the jungle role here for Young Jay. And, well,
we're going back to Jay's jungle.
Don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this hasn't been a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, he hasn't been. I mean, he was like auto pick ban right all through kind of first stand, split 1. But as we get into split 2 here, I guess it seemed like they decided on Jace and said, no, we want to pick this, but as the draft developed, maybe couldn't quite find the spot for it, but that will be what we are playing. So again, a composition for Loud that you need use it, right? You use it as your go button again, and you're just gonna try to out damage and out hands everybody, and for it draft themselves a team fight composition. This is what we're seeing shades of what we saw in game 1.
Envy could be an engage bot here as well, right? You're on Annie. You're not expecting to do a lot of things other than engage particularly. So I wouldn't be against Envy and Uzents being a little dynamic duo rolling their way through the jungle trying to pick people off. But Young Jay and Bull can also have some nice synergy. The Caitlyn Jace duo, right? You can put some good poke down. Equalizer on top. It's probably enough to siege and kill somebody underneath the turret. We're once again in a situation, though, where Gigo stands in front and goes, no thank you, and probably stops them in their tracks for the first sort of 20-30 minutes.
This one should go the way of Furia. I mean, like you said, it's a tough composition to play into. You see that at least Furia are all smiles here in this one, but Loud, man, again, they've got that je ne sais quoi. They do have a ton of damage, right? And like you said, Furia, or Envy, all he needs to do is be a stun bot. There is so much damage coming through the rest of this composition. The Rumble, the Jace, the Caitlyn. So, if they can execute their composition to their conditions, there's no reason that Loud couldn't win this game. And again, you have to give them credit. Last game, they did do that. They saw their windows. They took advantage of them. The very narrow win conditions that they did have, they took advantage of Furia's mistakes. And it might have to be a little bit more of the same here. But of course, if they get rolling early, then they could just ride the snowball into a 20-minute victory for Loud. But that is, put it lightly, that is not their MO. No,
they have frequently been the pacifists of the early stages of the game. And, we'll see if they can make it through into that late game unscathed, which so unfrequently happens. As IU, this game, opted for the cleanse, which obviously makes sense. You're up against Nico, you're up against Annie. But it does mean their trading power down on that bot side early on is going to be diminished. So frequently we see barrier heal used, just for the love of the game.
Yeah.
and that really is not going to be the case for him this time.
Young Jay and Tatu on the Jace and the Lee Sin. One a little bit of a better ganker than the other. But Young Jay, look, you can do a lot of damage from far away, right? Prop that first strike as well. Anywhere you're looking, if you're either one of these junglers, what's the win condition in the early game for either of these teams?
Lee Sin can do things early. Young Jay low-key can't. You just kind of walk in and hope that a lane is overextended. If they aren't, you're farming your camps, and that's about it. Which, for some junglers works out just fine.
It's okay.
So I'm not against it. Opportunity maybe to try and look for a dive like they did in game number 1. With Caitlyn and Nico, you are going to be pushing in. You are going to be forcing underneath the turret, hoping to, get some plates, find some early chip damage, and start to abuse those traps. So with Young Jay pathing towards that bot side, it's not out of the realm of possibility that they'll be able to get a good advantage in that. But I think Bull prepped quite nicely here to get a cheater recall off if they can push this wave in nice and quickly. Looks like they're more focused on the poke, though, so not likely that that's going to be the case.
No, and that's fair enough. You've got Caitlyn Nico. That is what you can do. And so that is what they're going to try to do. As just using his abilities for the love of the game here to get a little disguise off. Both junglers going top to bottom. Speaking of an overextended lane, Bull and Uzent at that level 3 mark. Got to be careful they don't get caught unawares, but I think they know exactly, you know, the possibilities here. And I don't think there's any sort of deep vision here. There's a blue ward on that tri-brush.
Yeah.
But that's about it. So it would take a slightly inefficient path for Tatu to be able to affect that lane. But again, who's waiting in the wings? It's Young Jay as well.
He's already here, right? And there's no vision down by Furia. So looks like an angle into the mid lane is what Tartu's opted for. Now they're going to spot Young Jay. Nobody spotted Tartu just yet, as Envy playing quite respectfully in this mid lane. And yeah, should just be able to spot Tartu going across. And I expect that top crab could be fought for here. Look at that top wave. Gino has an opportunity to move first, so not out of the realms of possibility that Furia here in a little bit of trouble, but I think Tartu with Smite should just be able to get in and get out. Doesn't have Smite though, so...
You know, Youngjae's going to follow him up. Let's see, Tatu, yeah, should be all right to take that Scuttle Crab, then that'll be about it. Youngjae's going to get a little bit of vision down as well. Splitting the crabs here early on. Minute and change to the first dragon is up. You'd expect the bot side of Loud to have the push, to have the priority to be able to get that first dragon down for Loud, but...
Okay, so small things happened here where Envy was caught catching the wave and sort of thinking about helping out his jungler, and has not yet recalled, where Tuts has found a reset, TP'd back in, has that tier already stacking. So the longer that this lane sort of sits at neutrality, the better this is for Tuts. He can start to build up a little bit of that tiering, start to get some stacks on that going, maybe start to make this advantage that Ryze tends to get into the mid game up against Annie a little bit sooner come by.
Does Annie not even... I mean, I know, again, you're a hater of this champion, but is the laning phase even supposed to go all right for him? Hold on, supportal combat. We get a little bit of help from both of them. Into the mid lane, gets the flash out of Envy. There's a valuable tool. You're going to be able to take that.
Yeah. I mean, this is now, and I used this phrase as well yesterday, Annie is now the walking money bag. Where you have Realm, or you have Ryze W, you have the ability to simply go mid. You have a Lee Sin and a Ryze. Like, if you can't kill an Annie in that case, then there's a problem. Ashina might be able to just kill Gigo under the turret here.
Yeah, he's very close to level 6 as well, but it's going to take a couple of unnecessary tower shots. Give Gigo a window to back out. TP back real quick.
But yeah, this is now the window for me where Tatu needs to get active. Like, go mid lane, just on repeat. Take this Annie down. You asked the question, is the Annie supposed to do well in the laning phase? And my answer is, I sure hope so. Envy picks this into the Ryze. So I think it is to try and shut it down. You can see Tatu's lurking around here, but Tatu's playing, I won't say respectfully necessarily, but not in a position where he can find that rune prison and really make a bit of a problem.
See, Tiber's going down here as Tuts has not hit level 6 just yet. Envy are going to abuse that statistical advantage ever so slightly, but Tuts coming back with the Null Magic Mantle, or what I imagine are going to be those Merc Treads. Yeah. Wear that a little bit easier than you normally might, as the powers are converging here on the Dragon Pit, or a scuffle potentially here. Envy a little bit separate from his team. Jojo looking for a catch with the Aqua Prison with something. Doesn't have Tidal Wave just yet.
Oh, they found Uzent's flash.
Might be in trouble here. Yeah, hold on a second. Uzent taken out of the fight, as the Realm Warp was used there to split up Loud, but nothing doing after that.
Does mean that there was an opportunity there for Furia to look for something a little bit different. Instead, that's not going to be the case, as forcing onto Gigo here as Unstoppable Onslaught was used.
Yeah.
Equalizer not available for Gino, so not a big problem there. Swifty Boots for the Rumble as well, so a little bit of an opportunity to try and get away, but Tatu just stings level 6, sponges it off of mid lane. Touch just flash on him. I think that's how you have to do this. Envy's playing really nicely, obviously trying to sponge as much experience as possible. But the walking money bag has recognized the bounty.
Yeah, I think he thinks he just needs a little bit more help, right? I mean, there's no damage in Tuts' inventory right now, aside from, I mean, the tier kind of, in a sideways way because it's Ryze, but like, but really it's just the Doran's ring. Yeah, I mean, got the phase rush. Doesn't really have a ton of combat power right now. But yeah, we haven't seen Tatu, excuse me, be back there. He's going to take a recall. That Flash is going to be up in about 2-ish minutes. Still have a little bit of a window to try to make something happen here pre-6. And yeah, I mean, with all these Farm Fest junglers that we have been seeing in 2026, Lee Sin, he bucks that trend, or at least he's supposed to.
Yeah.
We've seen him blow a Flash, and that's kind of about it.
Yeah, we have this conversation around champions like Nocturne, right? What do they do with their first ultimate? Lee Sin has the opposite, where it's like, well, what do they do when they're level 3?
What do they do before their first ultimate?
Yeah, Envy, good little chunk onto Tuts in the mid lane, and that makes any of these future plays that little bit more risky because the Annie might just turn around and turn on you, right, in response. So, pretty problematic that Tuts is getting chunked out like this. Envy holding his own in the laning phase thus far. And again, the composition for Loud, one of these that, sure, at 40 minutes, Caitlyn hyperfed can probably get through Gigo. But for the time being, you would expect these 1-2 item spikes that Fury are going to try to connect on to be going their way and be in their favor, as are you already having a good set of trades up against Bull. And this is a very cooldown dependent matchup actually down on the bot side. If the Caitlyn misses the 90 caliber net, the Ezreal can go crazy on it, and really, if a couple of Mystic shots connect as well, especially with the Sheen in the invent. Ayu feels very good about it.
Tatu should be all right here. Gets hooked up by the Tangle Barbs there. Young Jay doing a decent amount of damage here kind of early on. Those Shock Blasts are it has to be said, having the desired impact. I think that'd be a fair way to characterize it, right? Like you said, just making future trades a little bit untenable or a little less even, and you see them kind of, I feel like it has affected for his decision-making ever so slightly.
I'm always curious about Rumbles that don't build Sork shoes for me. Like, I'm old, so Rumble's go-to was Magic Pen, I'll hold the point, and as Loud are trying to contest Furia off of this dragon.
There goes the Realm Warp with the Tidal Wave over the top. Pop Blossom just going to find the one. Uzent is taken very low. Tut's taken low as well, but the first blood will go over to Furia. Not exactly in the place that you wanted it, but is that enough of an advantage to get into the Dragon Pit? Sonic Wave does land. Resonating Strike not going to be taken. Loud lose a member and onto the support, and they get themselves a dragon. I think that's a trade you will take.
Yeah, I mean, they're the comp that are quite happy to make this game go slow. Like we saw in game number 1, they find these Drakes. Make sure that soul isn't reached nice and early. That's going to be a really good spot that they will find themselves in. So, happy days for Loud here. They'll happily give up Uzent to, 2-man Pop Blossom. This is the power of Nico. And surprisingly, Tatu does get away. He gets Summon a heal in, as well as the Nami Ebb and Flow. So, plenty of HP sort of superficially added very, very quickly there. Well played to Jojo for it, but they didn't have the health bars to continue that.
Whoa, Envy goes forward with the flash. Young Jay looking to lock it up, and that's another dub for Loud as they get their first kill of the game.
That was a very slow Annie combo, but it works out.
I was going to say.
Tuts has no flash, so you'll take it, I guess, and the Merc Treads aren't going to be able to save you there. And, just take a look at the gold in the mid lane. Yeah, maybe not too important, but take a look at the items. It's full Malignance for Envy versus shoes and health for Tuts. So, the time with which the Rise starts to outscale, it's far removed from here, as Gigo and Gino having a lot of blows up on this top side. Tatu's not going to find anything now.
No, Envy feeling really good about the start to this game. I mean, got himself an assist, got Young Jay rolling here. And eventually, I mean, you'd like to think that's going to be, I don't know if second item Cyrilda's probably third, though, right, into Gigo eventually. But even he is building a lot of MR early on for this matchup with Shino. Lane's about even with the Malignance. That'll obviously help Shino out a lot. Envy has kept up the aggression with Young Jay just waiting in tow. Shows up, shock blast your girl, leaves. What are you going to do?
Well, if you're Tatu, cry about it is most likely the situation. Is there we go.
The funniest Flash Annie combo.
That's the Bluetooth Annie combo, right? Where you got to connect it. Where you're waiting a little bit. I push the buttons. Hold on 1 second. There we go.
Yeah, that's the Os ping Annie combo right there.
All right. Well, Loud, so far so good, honestly. And I stand by this. I'm not backing down. You wait. Just you wait. Loud are going to lose this game somehow, and it's going to be because Annie is a useless mid laner.
So far, Loud up 2,000 gold on the back of, well, kind of everybody, to be fair. But Young Jay, look, he's not a, like you said, Jay's not a ganking champion, but he's made those shock blasts count. And the damage that he has inputted, or outputted, I should say, has done good for the Laudetches, the boys in green. As 3 of the role quests are complete, the rest of those are going to come up shortly here. 2 minutes until the next objective, something to fight over. So, I guess clip it for now. Rose is certainly keeping your receipts, Roodood.
Yeah, hey, and they're welcome to do that, I think. I'm, you don't say anything on air that you don't stand by, unless you preface it in the first place.
Yep.
I stand by what I said in this case, and I'm happy to take the flak if that ends up being not the case. But for the time being, at the very least, Envy proving me wrong. Safe to say, I'll hold my hands up when it's necessary, but he's doing a good job in this early stages of the game, right? Tuts is in the mud right now, has even CS, but nowhere near the same amount of items. Envy's gone for the tier 3 Lucidity boots as well, so he's in a very, very good spot to continually make these flash plays. Lucidity boots obviously giving you a reduced cooldown on your flash for those uninitiated, so nice to see that Envy knows his role already. Yep. 1 minute on the next dragon, though, 4x4, and already Loud starting to sniff around a little bit here, as I like the first item from Bull. Hex Optics, for me, just one of the most insanely OP items for marksmen. People don't talk about how much getting range impacts a team fight. Like, people who've been playing League of Legends for any amount of time, they have the ranges of different champions built into their mind. Caitlyn operates at a certain range, right? And you tend to play around that. Every marksman has the same thing. You get 1 kill and you get that reset. That marksman is able to attack you from further away, and it's such a mind-bending experience that it can throw you off. And really, as that first kill comes through, that can be, that reset factor, akin to your Katarinas of old.
Well, I didn't expect that to be the last thing you said, but yeah, no, but your point is well taken. No, I mean, and the ability to look, I mean, and it's all about range for Caitlyn, right? I mean, that's what, like you said, she operates in a certain range, and a range that is kind of what makes her tick as a marksman. That is her strength. That is her calling card. And getting just even those couple more autos, right? Playing from range like this Loud composition wants to do, soften you up just a little bit before they go in for the kill. That is how they like to operate. Now, Gigo, you see the 000 next to his name. They're going to try to make that change. Gigo took a bit of an interesting route to the back of the fight, but Tuts getting in there with the Realm Roar as the Pop Blossom just finds Jojo. Gigo over the wall there, trying to get the Decimating Strike down, but everybody's standing in the Equalizer. Will that be enough? It will not be, as Tuts going to grab himself a kill onto Uzent. The Dragon goes over to Furia as well.
All right, well, 1 for nothing plus the Dragon here, and lo and behold, the composition that can team fight and get into a fight, it team fought, got some kills. Furia here, they're only down 1k gold, or we're only down 2k gold, and that's not enough to dissuade the fact that they've actually got a decent composition. So they're able to walk in, take control of that Dragon. Really solid pick by Jojo, fires the bubble to begin with. Young J forced to flash away, and nice to see that there was a follow there from Gigo. Uzent's here on the Nico. This time round, not quite the same look as we saw from him on the board. That play there in the mid lane he went a bit aggressively, only really found Jojo. And there's still opportunities later on in this game for the big Nico Pop Blossom, but we've just not seen it yet.
No, I haven't seen kind of that game-changing one, right? A little earlier potentially, but now as the Proto Belt has come in, got that little extra button. Able to go forward, close that space, do that little tick of extra damage. As Loud perfectly happy to play these fights patiently. And I think that's what's been kind of the most impressive to me, Roodood. But I mean, again, look, early on, but in game 2, and they've drafted themselves in game 1, and they draft themselves a composition that in game 2 they're kind of gonna have to do the same thing, which is play these fights out, non-traditionally. And that, as far as just comms, right, and having 2 Koreans, Jesus, that shock blast. 2 Koreans that have been in Brazil for basically no time flat, as it takes the length of that sentence to chew through the shield that Gigo was rocking there. But that will be enough backup for them to secure. You'd like to think, no, actually does grab the Herald there. That's Tatu, going to be taken very low, going to get beaten the snot out of by the Timbers. Bull going to get a kill with the ace in the hole over the top. Gigo goes down as well. So Loud wait for their moment, and they strike.
2 for 1. Envy does fall on the top side of that play, as I I think Tuts was sort of holding off two people at the same time there, but Bull able to find a couple of kills, really impactful for the Caitlyn, who currently heading into that mid-game trough, hoping to get out of it a little bit quicker than we might have expected. You can see here, Bull, really solid performance on the side of this fight, takes Ayu and Jojo out of it, and then is able to turn back to Yigo. Ace in the hole, weirdly required to take out Tartu, but, took him out all the same. And 2 quick kills means you can propel yourself quite quickly towards what is going to be that Lord Dominic's. Very much in line with the fact that there is a big sign on the enemy team.
Yep, got to grab yourself that one early on. And again, the Cyrildas, if not now, then very soon for Young Jay. Going to be coming in as well. The slow as well. The part that I feel like doesn't get talked about as much, but maybe I'm just hanging with the wrong crowd, as my mom always used to scold me about. Just kidding. I hung out with a bunch of nerds all my life. So that's why I never got into trouble. As
I feel like the majority of the League of Legends community all did. Yeah.
So the path follows itself. Young Jay, I've been impressed with him so far, man. Yeah, I mean, look, he's been farming this damage, and it's not, again, for nothing, right? I think these shock blasts do have an impact on how Furia takes their decisions later on. As Envy takes half of Tuts' health bar.
I love the Annie play pattern, man. Like, this champion, I'll clown on it all I like, but all you do is you see somebody and you just press R and you just giggle. I have to imagine Envy just behind the screens just kicking his feet. Like, having a lovely little time.
Just swinging his feet under there,
Enemy on my screen. Ha 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 ha. Ulti down. Ha 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 ha. And just loving life because, like, what else do we see him do? He just walks up, presses R. Oh, Tuts has recalled again. He's going to probably realm up back out to this bot side. He does even have the enhanced recall and tier 2 boots, so home guards, he loses the turret probably here, but going to catch the majority of the wave. So yeah, is the turret still alive? No, surely not.
There you go. Yeah.
First brick for Envy. Most useless champion in the game, by the way, getting first brick. What is this world?
And that ult is on a alarmingly short cooldown. I mean, just like, again, in the time it has taken me to say this sentence, by the time I end the sentence, it will be halfway back up. What are we doing?
Malignance, baby. Lucidity boots, baby.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, what a 2-item spike.
Yeah. Is that Proto Belt as well? Oh. Yeah, this is good stuff. We'll see. Bull here going to walk up. He's got 2 items as well on that LDR, so going to look to try and take some damage out of this tier 1 turret in the mid lane. 1-to-1 on Drake so far. As the third one of the game spawns, Loud boasting a 2.7k gold lead as we walk into this one. They had about the same when we went into the last Drake, and Furia came away with it, but they are nowhere near as set up for this one as they were for the previous one.
No, not even a little bit. Tuts does have a little bit of purchase here in the bottom lane, should he want to go in and make something happen. The battle line's starting to be drawn here. It's Loud. Get forward here. Yuzen able to get the Pop Blossom down onto the intended target. Tatu had absolutely no idea that he was there. They get a dragon and a kill and get the heck out.
Alrighty, folks. Loud are playing this game actually very, very well.
Yeah.
Game number 1, they were muddying themselves through the early stages of the game, but this second one, I mean, Furia, I don't really know what their game plan is. If they're not going to bring Gigo to these objectives and are waiting for him to, farm up a storm on the side lane Scion, what on earth are we waiting for, really? As Gino has also done a really good job in this individual 1 versus 1. First strike has actually, I have to assume, garnered much gold. He's got tier 2 boots already.
Yeah.
As now Ayu in a bit of trouble. Never mind. It's Envy who's in trouble.
Yeah.
There we go. That's what I'm looking for.
As Tuts has found himself a little killing spree here, right? We talk about the impact that Envy has had on this game. I mean, look, it's not been nothing, but Tuts, kind of quietly here, he's about to turn into a demon here, Roodood.
I told you, bro. He's playing against Annie. This is always going to happen. This is just how the matchup goes. Pick whatever champ you want versus Annie, and you just outscale because you're an actual champion. Really easy to play. Don't get killed in your lane. Tuts failed that one a little bit, but he's got tier, he's got rod. Okay. Both of those, the tier's fully stacked. The rod's only 4 minutes now into completion, which I feel like is a little bit against the run of where I would expect it to be at this stage. But nevertheless, at 28 minutes, it's going to be a fully stacked rod of ages, and by that point, he probably has an actualizer as well. Yeah.
The power curve is about to get really, really silly here for Rise in the next 10 minutes, as you alluded to. So where are we looking? I mean, because the Tuts is your engine. right now. Everything's going to run through him. And, you know, this team is going to team fight a little bit better than their opposite numbers. But Loud still have pretty good pick tools. And Yuzend has been, what a CBLOL debut for him, right? He's been good on the Bard, and his Pop Blossoms have been really effective so far.
Yeah.
So I guess how do you make sure that doesn't happen if you're Furia?
I mean, wards are the go-to, right? If you spot Uzents, then that's going to be nice. Make sure that you know where the Nico's coming from is always the way to go. Loud though, 5 people in this mid lane. I want this tier 1 down. Looks like they're going to get it. Looks like with Tuts on the top side, they're looking to try and trade some gold here, get the Rise a bit more money.
Yep. The zoning equalizer, as Tuts is going to grab himself that tier 1 tower on the other side. 3 towers down now for Loud. They've pushed the line of scrimmage all the way back to the tier 2s as Tatu took a ton of damage right there. The Edge of Night went through for YoungJ. So YoungJ looks like he's going just straight lethality. I called that the Sorildas earlier. It doesn't look like he's opting into that anytime soon.
Doesn't care for it. I mean, if you can land the skill shots without the slow, why do I need the slow in the first place? Eh?
I guess, yeah. And if you're just going to land the skill shots onto not Ego, then you don't need the Sorildas.
And the realistic way that these fights are going to break out is somebody's going to engage for you, then you follow up with a shock blast afterwards, and if you miss it on a stun target, that's even worse. So, you know, Uzent's Envy, they're going to go in, they're going to do the work, and then we will see, you know, which one of those targets it is that ends up getting picked off. So I think that, you know, the build path for YoungJ has done really good work for him so far. Feels like he's contributing a boatload to these team fights, and whether or not that is the case, it feels like he's maybe more so contributing to the picks prior to those, but it's good regardless. And I have to imagine that from here, a lot of opportunity for Loud to extend this game, take this one, and make what should have been a longer series just done in 2 games.
Certainly the driver's seat. 3,000 gold up here with a minute to go until the next dragon, as everyone's pretty much flying blind so far as the river is concerned, but Loud looking to be the first ones there. And the vision battle so crucial between both these compositions. I mean, it gives YoungJ more targets, right? I mean, if you win the vision battle, you don't know where Uzet is coming from. Obviously, he can take creative paths because he can disguise himself as something else. But with a shorter range composition for Furia, the vision is absolutely crucial. YoungJ going with the Serpent's Fang here. Just gonna, I guess that's your answer into the chunkier targets.
I mean, sure, and I actually sure this is okay. Sion has a shield, Lee Sin has a shield, Rise has a shield, Nami has Aerie, so also has a shield. This is a Hail Mary that I am not against, but Envy has immediately TP'd into the mid lane here. So I'm not sure if they know that something is up.
They have no idea. They have no idea. There are no pings coming down. They have absolutely no idea.
Wow.
Furia are simply going to walk away with this Baron. Like thieves in the night.
Yeah. Hey, this is so worth it, though.
Absolutely. Yeah, Furia going with, now the pings are coming down. Hold on. They're trying to take the Baron. Shino, surely. Okay. Not to be able to ward hop himself out of the pit. But now Soul Point, like you said, should go over to Loud here. YoungJ is a little bit low here. Gigo is around the fight, but without Tuts, he's not going to TP over. I don't think he's going to roam warp over. So that is a trade that they are happy to take. But will it come back and bite them in the butt? I mean, it's going to depend on what they get out of this Baron play.
Yeah, they need to make something work with this. 2 people, 3 people heading up to this top side, so they might try and take out this turret, but again, with the platings available, not going to be too easy, and especially with an equalizer laid down as well, as Gino says. No. That's actually all you're getting, is those couple of plates. But I mean, for Furia here, nice little sneak. We'll see what it is that they're able to do. I think that the first goal should be tier 1 turret in the mid lane. If they can make that work, then that'll be nice for them. But if they can't even get that down, then this just feels more like they've stalled the game and lost out on a dragon.
Yeah, a little bit more of denial, I guess, right? And if you do lose out of the dragon, then was it really worth it? As that Hextech Soul is going to be monstrous. Shino flashes from one brush into the other and will get out of dodge. As the Realm Warp was used to try to find him. Feels like a trade that was, I'd say, worth it.
He's going to fall here, and then that gives them time to walk out on the map and, in 4 versus 5. He might TP out, but he has to buy space from Tatu, so he can't Dragon Rage him, which is the problem.
Shino just trying not to get executed at this point. Nope. All right, so again, Yeah, that again, you're trying to buy time, but it's like the 5 seconds, is that really going to help? No. IU will grab himself a shutdown here.
Unless he goes back to base and finishes the Zonya, that is not how you want to use a Seeker's activation.
No.
Just to be clear, as you know, second time out, maybe Tuts. Nope. This time Young Jay defends the turret, which, you know, fair play. This is going to be the case. They still haven't found this tier 1 turret in the mid lane, and
No.
like I say, I mean, Loud are making them work for it, which is, you know, when you've got a gold lead, kind of exactly what you'd expect.
Yeah, Loud's mid game has been pretty good. I mean, just historically so far this split, but yeah, this is, I mean, like you said, the mid lane tier 1 is kind of the thing you must get from this Baron push. Envy getting forward there with the Proto Belt. Tut's gonna rip through that top lane tier 1. Because now Furia, all of a sudden, I mean, this is a pretty healthy Baron power play. You see up on the top side. Actually, I cannot see it because of our overlay, but it's a lot. They're getting a lot done out of this.
IU just went in.
Pop Blossom. Yep, and IU just went in, and IU might go right back out here. The Equalizer comes down as well. Using taken very low. Gigo just trying to chase him down. They will get the kill there. Tibbers running riot. Not really doing a ton, though. Gets the health bars low. Do Loud. They defend their mid lane tier 2. Kind of about it. Furia.
It's Young Jay. Yeah, Young Jay fell on the other side of the fight as well. So this is you know, going to be some real structural damage, it felt like, but some recalls coming through. Baron just wears off, so they get the tier 2 in the mid lane, and for what it's worth, good job by Furia here, finding their way back in the mid game. I think Uzent's here. Right idea. Spots the Ezreal dashing forward, but what you see on the other side of the fight is Touch just absolutely obliterating folks as, you know, the Young Jay steps a little bit far forward. He's got an Edge of Night for safety, but that is not enough to keep him out of Ryze's danger zone. And we're at that point where, well, lo and behold, Ryze has scaled, and he's doing nothing, and Roodood was right again.
It's certainly not looking good, man. It feels like the momentum of this game is starting to swing. Again, Loud, they do have that sole point, and that's, I mean, that's so crucial, right? But, I mean, but the cushion that you have built for yourself is that the fact that you are 3-1 up means that you don't have to take this 5th dragon here. But Furia, seems like they've certainly got the control here, but you can never count this Loud team out. As Young Jay gonna keep stacking that lethality. Shino and Bull, they will eventually get to a point, especially Bull, where if you can survive this mid-game trough, if Bull can stay in these fights and can take advantage of that extended range, he should be able to chew through at 3 of these characters.
He might just die.
Characters with, well, yep, as Envy gonna use the stun to prevent Ego from getting in, at least for the moment. Shino caught on the other side of the map, or on the other side of the fight, I should say. Yuza gets no one with the Pop Blossom. Bull gets one, though, as Yuza taken down. Tuts gets into the back line, just starts melting people. It's a double kill for the Furia mid laner.
Vindication is one hell of a drug 4x4, and Tuts is feeding it to me through my veins, as it's him who flashes in, finds the double kill on the enemy bot lane. And there we go, Annie being the most useless mid lane champion. Once again, are you going to look to finish off this one? Envy, unlucky buddy, should have picked a real champ. And Furia, they'll be able to find 3 kills. I don't know if they're going to be able to actually take out any of these turrets, but what they will be able to do is turn back to the dragon and find that objective as well. That is crazy. Young Jay's Edge of Night came up the second he walked into that brush, so he didn't get stunned. Like, literally the frame perfect come back up off cooldown. That is wild.
Someone up there is looking out for Young Jay. But looks like it will be, I mean, it's feeling like it will be too little too late. Furia look a lot more in control in this mid game. But again, we haven't gotten to kind of that. I'm still waiting for that problem spot of, okay, Furia maybe bite off a little more than they could chew. And maybe that was what we saw, right? Maybe that was, you know, Furia, the dumb mistake would have been over chasing onto Envy, or, you know, trying to get greedy for a couple more kills here. But instead, they are the one. They're looking like Loud here right now, getting picks in the mid game, just kind of all over the place on the map and taking advantage of little missteps by the boys in green, and now up to 2,500 gold lead for them. It's a 6,000 gold swing in the last 5 minutes.
So what we've learned is lose the early game equals win game. It's the age-old adage here of win lane, lose game. Yeah.
Yep, 2-game sample size, but at 1,000
good enough
right now. As Furia gonna grab themselves their 2nd Baron of the game, and in a really good position to close this one out. This has been much better from Furia. Look, the early game wasn't great, but when you've got Gigo, when you've got Anami, when you've got, you know, the Scion on the rise, eventually the game's going to start to kind of play itself. And right now for Loud, it is just Bull. That is it. That is all you've got going.
Yeah. And obviously the Caitlyn, right, at this late game stage, 4 items deep is still going to continue to get stronger, has now 100% crit chance. We need some raw AD to back it up. And already, you've got plenty of it in the eye edge, in the LDR. But let's get that BF, let's get that Bloodthirster, let's get that GA locked and loaded. And then maybe Bull can be the singular carry that keeps Loud in this game. I think the problem is that at this point, Tuts kills him faster than he kills Tuts, which is not good. Now, it really will come down to how well Bull and Tuts interact with one another, because the Caitlyn actually, does pretty well versus the Ryze, actually can struggle versus an Ezreal if IU can space the Caitlyn out.
Yeah, and that's going to be, I would say it's going to be key, but it feels like there are more ways that Furia can win this game, whereas kind of to your point, it feels like there's a pretty easy counter to what Loud are going to try to do here, or what they kind of have to do, what they have no choice but to do as far as how they want to play these team fights out. Second Baron power play very much underway here. Tuts up 3,500 gold on his opposite number, and now he's got 4 items now. The Holy Trinity has been completed. He's up 3 levels on Envy. Yeah, the Vindication, Roodood is that's you have been proven very, very right on this one.
It's going well. Well, not just yet. Envy could still find an absolutely massive ulti, do like 20% damage to everybody, and then win the game. So it's possible, but it feels like Tuts and Furia, they're doing more work than just that triple super minion, or triple cannon minions rather, working their way through that turret as well. So the inhibitor in the bot lane most likely to be forfeit. I'd like to see Furia make their way into the mid lane, try and do the same thing in there as well.
Yeah, Tuts having a little one-on-one time with that. Make sure that inhibitor goes down. Envy trying to keep pace in the top lane. Furia very methodically working their way through Loud's base. This is where it went sideways for them last time with a similar size gold lead. But I was going to say their composition might be better poised to deal with it. Loud's composition might be worse poised to deal with it, but that is simply not true. 2 inhibs down now.
Yeah. Look at this. What did Furia do last game when they got 2 inhibs? They chucked it underneath the Nexus turrets. What have they done this game? Gone top. Play for the 3rd inhibitor. It is beautiful. They've reread the book. They've looked up Macro 101. And now they're back.
Now they go, oh, we don't have to fight. Actually, we don't have to let our emotions get the best of us. There's a 3rd objective we can... Oh, son of a... Only we'd known this in game 1.
Yeah. And if they can get this here, it all but secures them. The next dragon, again, denies the stole away. And they are doing this without Baron on the final push, but I think they've got just enough in the tank to be able to make that work. Equalizer goes down.
Second one used to just thin the herd for Shino, or by Shino,
Right.
as the double inhibitors, or double super minions, come ripping through that bottom lane. Envy caught right there. Yeah, minute and change until this dragon. Furia have no excuse not to be the first ones to be able to set up for it, if nothing else.
Yeah, Loud are going to take this time to try to put down some cursory vision.
Yeah.
Couple of pink wards in Young Jay's inventory, so he's going to do a little bit of work trying to clear things out and just establish some semblance of a foothold in their own jungle. This is the time really for me where I'd expect Uzens to just be going on an absolute journey. Try and put down the most cursed ward in the world, and give a flank angle, give that TP in for Envy, because if he can't get access to that backline, it's really not going to look too good for them. Even if he does, at this stage, I do think it's a 70% chunk at best onto one of the carries, but we've reached Annie late game and it doesn't look good.
Certainly not when compared to the Ryze late game, when he just becomes an absolute raid boss, just a magical machine gun for ripping through targets. IU gonna get hit by the ace in the hole here, but will get himself to safety. The Aqua Prison was there just in case. There's the Rune Prison, followed by the Tidal Wave, the True Shot Barrage. That'll mean Young Jay should be pretty close to doom here. Realm Work gonna get 3 members of Furia forward. Tut's gonna get the kind of killing blow onto Young Jay, but now Tut's taken very low here. Ton of damage coming back out onto him. He'll go down. What can the rest of Furia do as Bull outranges simply everybody on the side of Furia? Is the push stalled here by Furia? Do they go for the dragon here?
It's going to be tricky. Both junglers are dead, but Loud have the numbers advantage. They might be the ones that are looking for soul. The issue is that they've got super minions pouring into their base, so somebody has to answer those as well. Those prior objectives really starting to work hard for Furia, and they're going to need them. They've got the numbers disadvantage, and IU trying to step up once again. He's the one who got caught in the first place. It's on him and Jojo, really, but he's just getting chunked. One headshot, half HP, and Loud.
Man.
They're going to secure the soul here.
Bull with these headshots, man. I mean, look, that is the only thing that Loud have going, but it is one heck of a trump card that they can push out. They got the Yordle snap traps, building a line out there in the front there, but it's not going to stop a very big and very angry Gigo as IU just trying to get any sort of damage he can down. Shino taken low, but Gigo taken lower. Bull just free firing. There was nothing bothering this Caitlyn and just
TP.
rips through the tank. As now they're going to get the soul. Now the TP coming in as Furia going to try to take advantage of the very low health bars for Loud. They should be able to mop this up. But now Young Jay is here. Will it be enough? I have a feeling it will not be. Now Shino, Tatu will go down. Young Jay goes down on the other side. Double kill for IU. Young Jay, too little, too late. Double kill comes through for Touch. It will not be enough or on time. Envy gets the heck out of dodge. Furia restabilized, but that got really spicy there, Roodood.
Do they just win the game, though? 4x4 Loud are 4 members dead. They've got super minions bleeding into the base and a realm warp on top. We're going to 3.
Game 3 coming up here in just a couple minutes as Furia they got knocked off the skateboard there for a little bit, but eventually they roll on down the hill. Shino, you can see visibly frustrated with himself. They had an opportunity to get back into that one. But Furia, this is more the Furia that was promised. A much cleaner game from them when it counted. The composition was going to do a little worse in the early game, but man, oh man. And I mean, 2 very well-represented sets of fans here. The Furia fans have to be feeling much better. What a sigh of relief here. You're not out of the woods yet, but to say that was a must-win, I mean, would be underselling it.
Absolutely, they needed that one with every fiber of their being, because the way they lost game number 1 as well just adds insult to injury if they lose game 2 like that. But Loud there really missing the opportunity, not quite understanding what they've got to do in that late game stage, and costing themselves a chance at getting back into that game. Yes, Bull did so much work, but they didn't do enough there to get that game back over the line. The Caitlyn was doing so much work in the team fight, and then they go up to that objective, and they just panic, really, for lack of a better word. They really lose their head. They have the Drake advantage, so it doesn't matter if Furia end up stealing the dragon off of an errant Q from IU. It's not the end of the world. What is the end of the world is if they get double TPs in, right? You're supposed to use that numbers advantage whilst you have it. The longer that they spend just waiting and waiting and waiting, yeah, is then that problem. And unfortunately for Loud, they spent too long there. The TPs came in, help from Gigo. He just sort of tosses his life in just to buy time, and that's literally all it was, and it did enough. Allowed IU to continue peppering shots from afar. Tux comes in with the TP, and that's all that they needed. So really nicely played in the late game by Furia. A little bit of a misstep around the team fight, but they weren't able to get onto Bull quite as easily as they'd expected. It comes down to a nice assassination from IU in the end, really.
Yeah, IU and company able to get forward and finish out this game, do what their competition was meant to do, and do what the scaling I would say obligated them to do in this one. But look, Furia, they've got priors for not necessarily doing that either. So, but a win is a win. They tie the series up. We're going to game 3, like we said. So we're going to take it to a quick break. And when we come back, the decider on this Loud Furia series. And if it's been anything like the first 2 games, we should be in for a slapper in game 3. So don't go anywhere.
to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last
Welcome back, everybody. Game 3 between Furia and Loud. Should be a good one. The first two have been very interesting. Furia look like they've kind of righted the ship a little bit. They look a little more sure of themselves, a little more sure in their identity. They look like a little bit more the team that was promised. This team that, once you get to the mid-game, they know how to close it out. It seems like it was a little more controlled. Loud, look, they never go away. They never make any sort of game easy for their opponent. They certainly didn't in Game 2, but it was, outside of a few problem spots, a pretty good victory for Furia.
It was. And, you know, again, it's one of these situations where whoever wins the early game just seemingly loses their head and ends up losing the game, really. But these two teams playing against each other again haven't met since the CBLOL Cup the first time out, and in the best of three, clearly they've got a pretty decent run of things. I bring that up because it's interesting to me. You know, these are two teams that last split, I think, were vying really high up in the standings, and the fact that they never played in playoffs is a little bit intriguing to me. This is the first chance that we get to see them in a best-of series during 2026. They've split a game 1-1, and they've banned Yasuo as well. So, are you getting targeted there if you're not familiar?
I was going to say, ball knowers know that what exactly that one was targeted at, which is hilarious. I mean, but look, in Game 3, I guess that's something you have to worry about. I think he's played it in the cup, or in the cup, or maybe earlier the split. So it's not like not a historical ban, it's not just a historical ban. Pantheon going to be taken away from Young Jay. We'll get first pick Ari. How do you feel about that, Roodood?
Well,
not gonna be first pick Ari. I did it again.
Not the first pick. You talked about hovers, and that's like goal number one.
Sin number one. Yep.
Yeah, so we don't do that. We pick Karma instead, which I think is a very nice pick. Emilio? No, Yumi. Okay.
Oh wow.
We've taken a page out of I can't remember who's the Yumi team currently. It might even be Furia. There's one team in the CBLOL who's been playing the Yumi a little bit, if I recall correctly, but even still, Lucian Yumi locked in. I did think it was going to be the Emilio, but we've got the cat on the back instead this time.
And what's hilarious is there is actually a believe it or not, a Brazilian and NACL tie-in to this because Dion Ray former longtime coach of Pain Gaming, now the head coach of Blue Otter in the NACL. He had to hop in as an emergency sub because of some scheduling shenanigans with one of Blue Otter's players. And he, playing from Brazil on 200 ping, said, you know what? We're going to have our support flexed in for our top laner who was missing. Yep. And then I'm going to play support and I'm going to play Yumi because I am, 200 ping. It didn't go well. They lost.
Did they win? I was going to say, did they win that game? That would be a crazy story.
Lost to the worst team in the league, actually. Lost to a formerly winless team. But, that is what happened. So we got some artificial drama in the bottom of the standings. Anyway, as we move further into draft here, it is Yumi on. I mean, look, Yumi Lucian. That's I don't even know how to analyze this champ anymore, man. But look, I don't know. It's fun on Xin Zhao, I guess. You get a little bit of a steroid onto you. It feels nice on a bruiser, or at least it did back in the day. And this champion got gutted for a reason, so. I don't know what's the angle here, Roodood. Give me the pros of picking the Yumi.
Thank you so much for asking, and that's your list. No, now in fairness, the Yumi does have crazy amounts of healing that she does. I really like actually how they nerfed Yumi because there was a time when her mana cost was flat, and people just picked mana items. They built a boatload of mana, and then the Yumi just infinitely had heals. They changed Yumi so that now her heal is the mana cost for her heal is based on a percentage. I'm pretty sure it's the only champion in the game that has a percentage of their mana be a cost for something instead of it being a flat number. So Tia just is completely useless. What it does mean though is that the build path is a little bit weird because we see a lot of these supports going Diadem, going for an actually pretty decent support enchanter item. I'll be curious to see whether or not Jojo opts into this one here. So far, it is a lot of these sort of short-range carries for Furia, and Loud at the minute have got a real ability to play at range. So I'm curious to see whether or not they'll be able to execute on that, and whether or not really they can keep themselves at a distance and make sure that this Lucian, this Xin Zhao, are going to struggle their way through the game.
So it's interesting. I just looking at the prior Yumi picks in the CBLOL. Both times it was Kaiwing, both times it was paired with a Sivir, but both times it was also into a Karma, and 2 victories as well for Kaiwing into that. So I guess it's just it is something to withstand just the relentless amounts of poke and damage that are coming in from the Karma, I guess.
Answer, then. Okay.
Yeah.
Galio locked in for Tuts into the mid lane. So this is a 5-0 on the win rate as well. Very surprising once again. So one-sided and it's even more.
Yeah.
They're picking the positions when they feel really good, whereas you get the majority of these blind picks that just get picked for the love of the game more than anything else. But
way to talk around the statistical noise, man, and make sense of the artificially high win rate. Because I agree with you, right? You don't see Galio in as many spots, and if the games only go two games, series only go 2 games, you aren't seeing him that much either. But Galio, no, incredibly good in certain spots, and right here, the perfect win rate is on the line.
And obviously for Furia, a spot joining our second best team in the league. Yes, that's right, it's Fluxo in second place. So we'll see whether or not they can find this win, or if Loud can sort of even up their standings as well, put a bit of daylight between themselves and Leviathan, who play after this. And if Loud end up losing this one, they'll be waiting with bated breath to see how that series falls as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're telling me. Because then all of a sudden things get really, really interesting at the top of the standings. Yunara will be what's locked in as last pick, and the Volibear at the very last. So it'll be Volibear in the top lane. Yep, and Galio. Well, it's not gonna be Galio in the top lane. So that would mean Volibear in the mid lane. That'd be goofy.
That would be very bad versus Victor.
That would be very goofy. There we go. All right, finally. Zinjan not going to the top lane either. So, look, Gigo has priors on this champion. He really, really likes it. How, post, I guess Dusk and Dawn was the item that it was really tied to kind of early on before it got reworked. I don't know. How do you expect this one to go in the top lane? Or is this just a, again, to beat a dead horse for the love of the game?
Well, it's for... I'm pretty sure it's as a counter to the Renekton. So that would be my idea, is that you're taking it to try and do very well versus the Renekton that's on the top side. It could very well be the case that it's the complete opposite. I'm looking up the counters right now for Volibear. Renekton seems completely neutral, to be honest. So I wouldn't say either side of this feels like it's a big deal. But the Volibear, as you mentioned, definitely a pocket pick for Gigo more than anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Gigo, sometimes he really does deliver on these champions, and sometimes when he gets these sorts of champions, it just goes, just spectacularly poorly for him. But it's part of the fun of watching this kid. He giveth and he taketh away. Since day one, since he stepped onto the Brazilian Tier 1 stage as a member of Red Canids, you really don't know what you're going to get from this man, but the potential upside of watching him always outweighs the downside, as he's been the central building block to many, many teams. Furia, the only reason that, Cade, I should say, the only reason that they went and got Bull, which, look, it turned out all right for them. They acquitted themselves very well in LTA, but the only reason they did that was because Gigo was a hot commodity, and he left them for greener pastures, literally greener. The currency in Brazil is actually not green. It's just in the U.S. It's a bunch of different colors in Brazil. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's got like multicolored, like different certain countries they'll use like different colors for different denominations. Yeah. So
I did not know that. That's actually very interesting.
Yeah, it is fun.
Go on. I'm really trying not to be to sound like it sounds like a really boring topic, but I'm genuinely interested by that, and I didn't want to sound like I wasn't.
No.
You know?
Yeah, no. I think it is hard to show the it's hard to make that not sound like, oh, how nice for you. Yeah, so I get it. But
talk about Brazilian currency. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think it's different sizes as well. That I'm not sure about. Someone correct me in the chat as well if they're physically the bills are different sizes for different currency as well. Or I might.
We have different sized coins in the UK.
Yeah.
And different shapes as well.
Yeah, different shapes, not just circles.
Yeah, not just circles. We've got like octagons, heptagons. Like we're moving with it.
Wow. And Brexit is one hell of a drug.
That was pre-Brexit.
Okay.
This is a pre-Brexit decision that we made. And we have members of the royal family, I think, printed on them, which, that's pretty usual.
That is pretty usual.
You guys don't have a royal family, never mind.
No, despite what's certain. You know what? I'm not going to get into it. I'm in a good mood.
We are seeing some good trades up on the top side, so you can already see that the Volibear getting the best of the Renekton gets that push in. This is that three-wave crash that I was talking about earlier on. Now, Gigo has missed a good few farms, so he's not going to be able to get that cull on reset. Probably going to need to buy something that's just going to see him through the early stages of the game. Turns out it's a tier, so not the worst pickup in the world, but does give him a good chance now to slowly but surely work towards, I'm going to assume, a Fimble Winter. I could be very wrong, but that's my knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah, I would think so as well. But I'd be a little surprised if it wasn't. But look, these tier items, man, they can lend themselves to some funky builds, which I guess is part of the fun. Now, looking for a potential way into this fight. Both of these junglers, actually, as we might get some action here. Bull going to get hit with the exhaust. Tatu chasing Young Jay out. IU's got the Yuumi in tow. Taken very low, but going to get a little bit of artificial power. Tatu gonna have to be forced to flash away as Young Jay now looking for the kill. There smells blood in the water, but IU able to trade back nicely with the cat on his shoulder. After all that, maybe Tatu looking for a way back in here. He's healed up.
Jojo has no mana here, so it's 1Q and that's about it. Maybe a shield or a heal if he fancies it, but he's got to be very careful with these choices. IU has barrier still, looking to play with it.
Ooh, double TP as both teams looking for a potential snatch here. Envy.
Yeah, somebody's caught here. Yeah, and on top side as well, Gino's just killed Gigo. This is a crazy start, to be honest. There's a lot of tension still building.
Yeah, we might not be done just yet.
Resolved. Yeah, not quite yet.
No, maybe.
All right, Furia take the blue. Mid lane is TP, not to mid lane. And we spent so long walking around, distracting one another. The topside camps are back up for both of our junglers. Okay, Gigo, what happens here? Oh, yeah, you just
get Renekton.
Lose the 1v1.
Aye.
And yeah, I mean, you're doing that in the wave.
Yeah, he got
so
renektoned.
so it's just losing. Yeah.
Simply outdamaged you. So Solico going over to Shino, and look, I actually really love this dude on Renekton. I've seen him do some nasty stuff on it, or maybe it's just the ghost of Robo past on what he's been able to do on in green on the Renekton, but should be in a pretty good position here to be able to run this game over. And if there's anyone that I actually do trust to be that bridge into the late game to get, I mean, what should be a terrifying composition in the late game.
Yeah.
It is Shino.
Yeah, I'm glad you touched on that because this Furia composition requires a lot of early game snowball to set up. The Lucian needs to be able to play aggressively into the Yunara. Same to be said on the mid lane, really, and in the jungle, most importantly. Tatu really needs to be able to get in there and find some quick access and some like picks nice and early. If that's not the case, Karma's going to be able to sustain you in a fight. That burst isn't going to be able to come through, and then Victor Yunara are just going to absolutely rip you to shreds.
Yep. The scaling absolutely favoring the composition of Loud, but Gigo, he can trade so well on this volley bear. Shielding, slows as well. In the mid lane, yeah, I mean, Tut's a little bit of a denial into the Victor early, but I mean, that's the play pattern for Victor, is you're not so hot early on, but Shino going to pop the dominus here. Gigo get the anti-heal down as the Sky Splitter doesn't land on him, but he just punches him, which might be enough, question mark. No, the healing will be all right here. Wow, okay, so that did not go exactly as I expected.
I mean, Gino misplayed it. This time round, he waited, or the first time when he found the solo kill, he used the Enhanced Ruthless Predator to break the shield of Gigo. This time, he W's before the shield comes down, and then Gigo gets this massive shield that he can't cut through, and is able to turn the play back around. So, yeah, fortunately, there wasn't enough damage in the tank for Gigo, and Gino wasn't able to, or didn't fall. If Gigo chases there, that's when you get a second Q up. That's when Gino can maybe start to turn the play back around again. But yeah, very, very micro-dependent 1v1, and if Gino flubs it, he's going to start losing again.
Yeah, and you can't be flubbing it into Gigo, a guy that has his as good a micro as anyone in the league. That's what he's kind of made his name on, is getting these early leads and transitioning them into absolutely game dominant leads. Gigo has gotten himself the Bramble Vest as well, and it kind of feels like, I mean, the window gets a little smaller here for Shino once the anti-heal comes out. It's just so much of that early effectiveness of the 6 to 11 level range is just so, not so dependent on the healing, but it is often that margin that helps take you over the top.
Yeah, genuinely. I mean, we'll see if that ends up proving to be a factor in this 1v1. I think Drake now the thing on both teams' minds. Once again, Ayo and Jojo, a good scrap up against Uzens, but it's all to allow Bull to keep on farming, because at this stage in the game, the Yunara, not weak by any means, but definitely not at her apex just yet. Gone for a cold, gone for a recurve bow. You know, this is homeless Yunara build path right now.
Yeah, yet to be moved into government housing so far, but hopefully she will land on her feet, get herself a shower and a resume, and get yourself back in society. And spoiler alert, she will.
We hope, especially the Loud hope.
Yes, Tatu now looking to turn the fight onto Young Jay here. Pops the Crescent Guard. Now Young Jay with the Grim Deliverance over the wall. He will just get popped here by Tuts, and the rest of Loud, or Fury, I should say, doing the damage that he can. There goes the Hero's Entrance, just going to get onto IU, and now he's got everything he needs to go forward and rip through the rest of Loud. Bull goes down. Young Jay dead earlier. That means easy as you like for Furia for this dragon.
And remember what we said, that this Furia composition needs to snowball early, right? This is a composition that is mandated by their ability to get in and get dirty. They find the first 2 kills here around that dragon, secure the objective for themselves. And Loud, we talked about the fact that the Yunara's homeless. She did no damage in that fight. Like, I can't help but feel like this is so easily written on the walls that you shouldn't be able to take that fight. Young Jay is not like so far ahead that he can just carry the entire fight.
No.
So it just feels really weird to me that they think that that's the angle to go for. They've got a Victor, they've got a Yunara. Sit back, wait, do some scaling.
Yeah, you do not need to fight. That is...
Wait, 4x4. I worked it out. They know that whoever loses in the early game wins in the late game, so they're throwing now so that Furia will throw later.
It has been written. It's not a crazy take there by Mr. Dude, but yeah, no, look, the team does seem to lose their heads a little bit. Whoever gets ahead in the early game in these first couple games, so maybe they're onto something there. But yeah, I struggle with this composition though. If this Furia composition gets behind, this feels even more cursed than some of the like, oh well, you got the Caitlyn super far ahead, or whatever. Like I don't know, man. Yumi.
The thing is that they're not behind right now. So, and I do think that Yumi scales really well into the late game as well. So, that's like the one clutch factor that they have is that Yumi's an insane late game support. It's just that the person that they're supporting is like a Lucian, who typically finds it really difficult to function in the late game. It's not that you can't do damage; it's just that finding the angles to do it is really difficult.
Yeah, it is very difficult. Your range becomes an issue. All of a sudden, you step into one gravity field, you get into trouble. It's tough to back away from Shino, right? With no, as he's going to be in the late game, just trying to get in there and dive onto IU. But now, I guess with a Yumi, does that change the calculus for Shino?
Yes, yeah. If JoJo goes for a Mikhail's, Shino is useless. That's the answer, because Renekton's job is one-shot AD carry.
Yeah.
Hold on, turned off the turret.
And
right.
That's it.
Ran away.
Yeah.
Lovely stuff. Well played.
Exactly as they wanted. Warding off any sort of dive here, potentially going for something more. Young Jay gets spotted out on that ward.
And they're just trying to make sure that Young Jay wastes as much time down on this bot side as possible. Really making a difficult time of things for Bull, and Uzent stand on that bot side. Ayu, with that first kill, has been able to snowball. Now Tatu sort of lurking around in that blue or in that bot side brush. See whether or not they can play for a little bit of a bait here. Move stop on the recall. It does mean that eventually Tatu's able to get back out, finishes off that Sundered Sky, and Gigo is going to repeat history here and die on the top side trying to proxy.
He just might here. Shino, see if he's got the upper hand in this one. I don't know. A lot of health there for Gigo. He doesn't have the Sky Splitter, can't turn off the tower, but he's got the help of Young Jay. Will that be enough? Now Shino has to flash away. Gigo's going to try to certainly take someone down with him. Hero's entrance coming in onto Gigo, and right at the right place at the right time is Tuts. Shino goes down. Furia, ever so slightly, just inching ahead.
And I will eat my words there. Really well played by Furia as a whole. Knew that Tatu coming out of base was going to book it up to the top side. Knew that Tuts was there ready in the mid lane to try to make a play. And he's having a really good run of things up against Envy. I mean, in the early stages of this one, the Vics are not supposed to do too much. Just try to sit back, farm, do what's possible, and especially since Envy found a little bit of gold, or Envy lost out on some gold in the initial play around that dragon. They come away with a pretty rough showing of things there. As Gigo, we can see on this top side, nothing too much to run through this. It's just a good Galio ulti to make things work, because Envy's now in trouble.
And he goes down.
All right.
Just simply dead. Tatu gonna grab his first kill. 3 out of 4 KP. So a good showing so far from the Furia jungler. Tatu, he's had his ups and downs, but I mean, at his best, this is exactly what he does. On the champs, like the Xin Zhao, like the Pantheon, is everywhere all at once. They impact everything pretty flawlessly, pretty seamlessly. And Tuts as well, 100% KP. So using the mobility and the global pressure that they have in this composition. And Roodood, it has to be said, the snowball off to a pretty good start. 3,500 at 13 minutes. That is nice.
It is. It really is. And I think that the problem with this composition that Furia might run into is that the second that they lose anything, the game becomes infinitely more difficult. This isn't one of those compositions where they can afford a throw.
No. No, the margins are so small.
Yeah, the second that the game goes just even slightly awry, it's completely lost. So not the kind of game that you can afford to be haphazard in your approach. We'll see whether or not they continue to play with this considered approach, or if they end up, as I may have seen down on that bot side, finding some troubles.
Yeah, with Furia, I mean, it's such a shame, right? Because I mean, like they when they have that control, right? They are so sick. They're such a treat to watch. But they don't always have that. In game 2, they did. They played a little more considered, like you said. So should be simpler to play this one out. But now, Bull in a little bit of trouble, or Ayu, I should say, in a little bit of trouble here. But with the help of the Yumi, this might have turned this. It might be a 2 for 2, or 2 for 0, I should say, in the 2v2, as Tuss roaming on down. and get
Envy's
his
nowhere to
money's
be
worth as
found
well.
here.
Yeah, I mean, this might be actually all right here. As here comes the hero's entrance, Yuzet will just go down, and Furia, the snowball keeps on rolling. Is Yumi back?
The Victor can't contain the Galio, so Tut pushes a wave, sacrifice maybe 20, 30 HP, ends up moving down to the bot side, having a great time. Now Gino on this top side looking for Gigo, who does have TP, but losing out on a lot of health there.
Gigo is
Right.
thick, man. It doesn't have the finishing power.
I mean, Black Cleaver finished as well, you'd expect.
Yeah.
At this stage, maybe you'd be able to do something, but apparently not the case. Maybe to recall, will TP back up to that top side. What's he going to finish here with this one? Merc Treads, not against that in any way. The power of the Renekton stun, definitely very, very scary.
Now, Roodood, you mentioned earlier that the tier doesn't really do much for JoJo. But that tier is just for the sake of the item that comes after it, I imagine.
Yeah, it is. Diadem is just such an OP enchanter item. And it works really well to synergize with Echoes of Helia. So, yeah, you kind of go for it anyway. And, JoJo, it's not going to solve his mana problems, but it is going to give him a really good second item.
Yeah, just all that healing. Shino's the only one with any anti-heal right now. I mean, it is just coming from the Yumi, to be fair. Gigo's got a little bit of self-healing as well. That Fimbulwinter finally completed. Starting up this Herald. This Tuts. Keeping things rolling. Him and Tatu have been everywhere. And again, another hallmark of when Furia look good. They need Tuts to be there. I mean, Tuts and Gigo to a lesser extent, but the upside for Gigo is just so high. But Tuts has been kind of criticized as the weak link in Furia. When they flounder, it seems like Tuts is the one that is a little bit more invisible. You give Tuts up with a little bit more agency and allow him to flex his muscles. Usually it goes all right here. And Furia, I mean, they've drafted themselves quite the unorthodox composition. The Lucian we haven't seen a ton this year. I mean, they kind of, right? I feel like a game 4 fearless pick.
Yeah.
But with certain combos, obviously the Yumi, very unorthodox. But look, so far so good. It's been working out well for them. But again, the something of Damocles, the guillotine looking thing.
I don't know who Damocles is.
The
sword?
Damocles. Yeah, there is a sword. There is a sword.
Is there?
Yeah, no, it is the sword of Damocles. Yeah, ever kind of hanging over. Nice, well done. Ever hanging over your neck, and that is what this competition is for Loud. So you can never truly count them out, but Furia are in a pretty commanding position here. 5,000 gold at 17 minutes feels really, really good. But there's a team that is known to get over their skis. It is Furia.
Yeah, they it's always going to be a problem for Furia, especially after game number 1, that I'm never convinced that they've won the game until the game's over. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And they've still got to carry that game all the way over the line. Now, Tuts is in a really good position. So Startu, so Zayu. They have all of the tools, all of the resources to win this game. Until such Nexus has died, I will not trust in them to do it.
No, you can't, unfortunately. Especially with an opponent like Loud, who are kind of the opposite of that. No matter how far gone the game seems, they always manage to bring it back. Ult's blown. Traded on one side, I should say. Gigo hasn't used a Sky Splitter. Going to use it defensively there. Going to get a little help from the TP. As the Herald is dropped in the mid lane. That's going to come right on up. Via the hero's entrance, Tatu going to join as well. Health bar's taken kind of low here. Tatu's going to get in there. If he can be this difference maker in this fight, the Wind Becomes Lightning doesn't connect. Not able to dash in. It's Young Jay taken out of the fight.
And in the mid lane as well, we did see the ulti used by Bull, so Transcendence not available. Furia still look like they've come out on top as Envy continues to play this slow, methodical game. And by that, I mean do nothing for the team, but do everything for himself. He's farming up on the side lane, doing what he can to try, at the very least, and get his hands on some gold. But it's going to be a long time before this Victor comes home to roost. I think looking at the items and looking at the stacks, looking at the CS, he's probably 2 upgrades in. Needs another couple of 100 stacks still before he's, that big Exodia ulti coming down.
Yeah, not quite at the point where he wants to be, but whoopa.
Oh. This is not us, folks.
Yeah, that is see the overlay. Okay.
There we go.
We're back. We have had power outages in São Paulo before, right? I mean, I think you've been I don't know if you were there for a couple of those. But No, should be all right here as we are going forward. Ego. Try to get onto Shino. Going to try to take this Renekton out of the game. Yuzen shows up. Getting a little bit of help from this Karma, and the Dominus will be enough as well. 4 members make it up, but a little too close to the tower. Now Young Jay and Bull showing up for the fight. Tatu just jumping immediately onto Young Jay here, hoping they can just cut him off as the pop the Grim Deliverance, but falls him over the wall. Tatu. Not going to be enough. Flashing out of trouble there is the rest of Loud, but now Envy coming in here. There goes the hero's entrance. Not going to be enough. Bull's got a shutdown. Could this be the turning point here? It's a 1-for-1. Furia that looked like a classic Furia bite off more than they could chew moment, but it's traded 1-for-1 instead.
So both marksmen pick up the kills, and Furia are going to be able to work on this tier 2 turret as well in the mid lane. I think I find Envy as well, no, but they find his flash. It's a really big deal for the Victor. Envy's first sort of contributions to the team fight there. Yeah. And, you know, he burns his flash, does put some good damage down, but not nearly enough to make too much of a difference as Yuzen. He's got the Mantra W, but that's not enough. He just falls under the weight of Ayu's double guns, the piercing light doing more than enough work, and he's working his way towards an Infinity Edge as well. This Lucian kind of feel like, you know, you come into this mid game where you're supposed to be this Apex Predator on the Rift, and Furia, they're not stopping there either while they're heading for the Baron.
Yeah, but this is the controlled aggression you want to see. This is working out all right for them so far. But are they going to be able to take this? It looks like they are. I don't think Loud have any idea they're there. Well, I say that.
Like Bull's face checking with W's into the brush around the red.
But he's going to get lit up by Tuts, standing guard at the door. You must be this tall to enter. Do you have a text? No, you don't. Get out of my line.
Name's not on the list there, unfortunately. Gets bounced out. And that's Envy, or not Envy rather, that's Tuts putting the use of this Galio to good effect. Definitely not pumping out the same amount of damage as you would expect as a Victor, but it's doing more than enough in terms of that utility. Furia, this competition that needed to snowball, has done exactly that. 20 minutes into the game, they find themselves a Baron as well. Ayu still yet to recall with all of this gold that he's got. You know, took that fight on the top side, now looking to try and take out Bull as he ulties and dashes away.
Oh, Tatu going to get caught up there. Use the Crescent Guard to buy himself a little bit more time. Shino tries to get in, but gets double bounced up. With the Dominus, going to try to find another way into this fight to get that value out. Grim Deliverance up, but the Sky Splitter comes down over the top. Young Jay just gets ripped through. Gigo is a menace going forward. That should be it. They're going to get a lot out of this. Furia wiping Loud out, systematically dismantling them. It's a 3-for-0, and they are not done yet.
To answer your question from earlier, 4x4, yeah, Yumi's back. Ayu and Jojo dancing around that fight. Gigo as well, frontlining like an absolute phenom. They've got Baron at their backs. They've got 3 people dead with 20 seconds on the timers. I think ending might be a little bit too much to bite off, but looks like they're going to go for it anyway.
Looks like they're certainly going to go for it. They've got a Baron up cannon wave. No, they are not going to. Enough members of Loud respawn to where Furia will now go home and lick their wounds, nurse their 11,000 gold lead. We'll see what Ayu comes back here in Pocky. You mentioned he hasn't based yet, so that should be IE and something else, right?
Yeah, IE and some components. There's one, there's 2.
Bingo.
That's a good recall for the Lucian. Now you're going to move out onto the map. Dragon's up. It's not a soul, but again, anything extra just to see you over the edge. Definitely feels really good. Furia have done an exceptional job so far this game. We're just waiting for them to throw, to be completely frank with you. Mm-hmm. And hopefully they just don't. Hopefully this game goes nicely. We see them run its course, and they can find a nice 2-1 victory here and sort of quash the fears that some of the Furia fans may have had after game number 1.
And boy, were they out in full force, because it's just all the same stuff, man, with Furia. But when they're at their best, again, this is what they can do. They can go a little bit off meta. They have a couple of picks that they can pull out. And their understanding of the game and the understanding of the composition and what the strengths are just looks so miles different to what we saw earlier in the game. And Loud, they took a page out of the scaling book. And actually, it usually works out okay for them. Young Jay taking so much damage. Ayu is a monster right now. just rips through, mercilessly dismantles two members of Loud. Shino comes in with the TP. The taunt lands. Once Ayu gets his claws into him, it could be curtains. It's a triple kill for the boy. That should be the ball game once this next wave gets in. Ayu's not done just yet. He wants the quadra, gets forward to the fountain, gets shielded up and healed by the Yuumi. He's just not dying, Roodood.
Yeah, you know what? Fair play to Ayu there. There was a penta on the cards, but the rest of the team didn't fancy diving the fountain for it. They want to close this game out in style, and they want to close it out nice and clean. 13.7 thousand gold lead right now, 4x4.
Man, oh man. Taunt not going to find its mark. The Crescent Guard going to buy a little bit more time.
Respawns.
Yeah, Ayu, he's got an interesting target selection conundrum here. This Tatu does go down. Should be all right. I don't think it's going to go the way of game one. Gold lead is a little bit bigger. Should be all right here. I mean, my goodness. She just one combo, one spell rotation from Ayu. Just takes any champion out of this fight. And again, they've got no tank. So you don't even need, that big pen or that big, health damage to come through. Gigo just trying to keep Youngji out of this fight. It is protect the Ayu. Right now.
Youngji nice and safe.
Yep. Grim Deliverance couldn't buffer it. Now that's a go button as the back massage comes in onto Yuzen and a couple of minions.
Oof.
Yeah. But now, Ayu, my brother in Christ, please just hit the Nexus. You should be all right here. Shino taking a lot out of... Oh, my goodness, dude. The shutdown comes in for Ayu. And then the rest of the team is just free firing on a touch. The shutdown comes in on Yunara of all people.
Oh, no. It's happening again, 4x4. What are they doing?
Hit the Nexus. Hit the Nexus.
Yeah, Ayu's smiling. If they lose this game, I think that there needs to be some reprimanding happening in the coach's camp after this series.
I am not a proponent of corporal punishment or spanking. That being said, there is a use case for everything.
There is a use case for everything.
And in certain countries, one of them might be the one where I spent the first 5 years of my life. Who knows? Spanking isn't as frowned upon as it is in the Northern Hemisphere in the West. Look, but I guess
they haven't lost the game yet.
I guess we can
discuss consequences.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Now, the job should still be pretty easy. They were so far ahead that they were kind of allowed one throw. But
yes.
Bull, he got a couple of shutdowns. He's not got an Infinity Edge, so I'm not too worried about it. But Furrier again, here we go, Ayu. This is the job.
Yep. Now we go one more time. Surely.
And now we hit the Nexus.
Into this. Now we hit the Nexus,
and
right?
And then we...
Right, there we go. Okay, there's one. Now Shino is dead. There's the hero's entrance over the top. Very nicely done. All right, that should be enough there. Now just hit the Nexus. Ayu still wants to farm a little bit more, but Furia, despite their best efforts, win game 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, they take care of business. You beat Loud. But now all of a sudden, Loud watching the next series with bated breath.
Yeah, this is that they sort of stay at 2 wins on the board. Leviathan still with 1. If Leviathan win that game or win the series that's coming up, it's not going to be easy, but if they do, then they go level on series with Loud, which puts them ahead since they've got the head-to-head. So there are a lot here of questions to be asked and to be answered really by Loud and Furrier as well. I'm not exempting that.
No. Yeah, no. But look, they put themselves in a pretty good position. They've taken care of business. You won the series, and you've got yourself in a shot for a top 2. But Loud right now, they're going to be the ones that have a little bit more worrying to do. But we got a similar sort of series coming up here. A team that is, clinging out of their playoff spot. I guess another one that is trying to get to 4-2 and keep pace with Fluxu, which is a real sentence that we are saying in 2026. So we're going to get to that one when we come back. We're going to take it to a quick break, and then Leviathan versus Cade coming at you on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here. I'm 4x4. That is Roodood. Coming up next, we've got Leviathan versus VermilionRose Stars. Leviathan, they've got to win, and that is enough with Loud loss to put them one game away, one win away from actually overtaking Loud, given that they have the head-to-head tiebreaker. And Cade trying to, again, at 3-2, trying to make it 4-2 instead of 3-3. But let's talk. Okay, this is good content creation. We will go Leviathan roster first after we take a look at the standings here to see, exactly where we're at. Again, Loud, that should say 2-4 after today's result. But yeah, not looking good for the boys in green. And if Leviathan win today, they will overtake Loud because of that head-to-head tiebreaker. Here's that Leviathan roster: Devas, Bookie, Enga, Snaker, and Toplop. Again, Roodood, look, they've kind of performed to expectations. Unfortunately, this is still a roster with a lot of room to go, but they've got some bright spots in Bookie. Enga has a great game in him. Snaker is very experienced, and that's good. That's good for something.
Yeah, and that if that's what we can say, then I think that the Leviathan side, they probably have to be happy with that. I mean, I know this team has reached weirdly high highs, but the organization rather reached real weirdly high highs. But I think those days are gone, and we sort of saw that be a flash in the pan anyway. So we'll keep our eyes out for how well they can adapt as we move into this back half of the season. And I think that ideally is that they take a win in their next couple of days, or in their next couple of weeks, excuse me, that may push them up to a point where they are even and then therefore ahead of Loud. If that doesn't happen, then we're in a position where they're just going to slowly have sort of fallen out and back into sort of obscurity, irrelevance. I don't really know what to frame it as, but yeah, they need a little bit more in the tank before they can find true success.
Going up against a VermilionRose Stars team that, boy, do they have their warts. And now they have a new jungler. Wiser, Sorolu, Miru, CEO, and Kaiwing. DeSamus was the dude that this whole thing was built around. This whole plan that CL, when he came in, said, nope, I want this dude. We're going to build around it. And now he's gone. So now we have, compared to like when he first got here, the roster finally looks completely different. All 5 players are changed from when CL first got there. We're in a draft pretty quick here, Roodood. Silverbard, Varus was picked first. Let's see where. Yeah, okay, nothing crazy about the
Lulu with it.
bands. Yeah, I was gonna say Lulu with Bard or with Varus, maybe not. With Karma off the table, I don't know.
I mean, can work if you're gonna go on hit Varus. If you're gonna go lethality poke Varus, miss me with that. I don't want that on my screen. But if you're going to find something else that could also be a bit of a carry force, then I'm not against, buffing up a Zinzao, buffing up something else that could do good work. We'll see what it is that goes with the rest of this Lulu, though. The Aatrox comes through. Hey, man, this is not my Lulu champion that I've requested, so we'll see if this ends up working out for VKS. And honestly, they come in, as favourites. Despite those changes, and this reminds me a lot. This is going to be a bit of a deep cut for any North American fans. With you mentioning that this was DeSamus's roster, and this was what the whole plan was around. This is when I remember 100 Thieves Ryoma, and I remember an interview with Papa Smithy, and he was like, "Ryoma is the future," and he was the biggest pickup for us. We want to build an organization and a roster around him, and yeah, If you've watched any of North America, you can tell me what happened to Ryoma. And then they went out and made a similar big swing around General Sniper. And, similar sort of vibes.
Yeah.
There as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, maybe it's not unfair to say, I think the OS bias might have gotten a little bit ahead of Papa Smithy there. Yeah, Ryoma, he just became a serviceable tier 2 mid laner in North America, which... thumbs up. But yeah, did not quite break into what that 100 Thieves roster was supposed to be. Yeah, what an org, what a history 100 Thieves had in the LC.
And a good little throwback for all of you at home as well. So
yes,
that's nice.
Exactly. Zahen, Aatrox, again, going to function kind of similarly. Aatrox going to scale ever so slightly worse. You get the percent, is it percent pen that you get with Zahen's passive?
Hey man, I've not played this champion. I should know the answer to that, and I apologize to everybody at home. But I do not know, and I'm not going to pretend to. I'm here to be honest. I ain't got a clue.
That's okay. Because the time took you to say that, yes, passive, 10, 20, 30%. Armor pen.
The power of the wiki.
Yep, real quick.
That's what I wanted to say.
Gnar going to be banned away as well as Cade. Look to take away. Yeah, okay. So no Gnar means you're going to lock in the Asante here or Devast. On the other side, the Renekton is the immediate hover. Wouldn't be surprised if that got locked in here. But again, my eyes still Roodood keep going down to the Lulu Varus pairing. And again, to really get maximum value, obviously you want to go the on-hit. But you do have a couple of bruisers you can, throw the Enchanter-iness onto. You got a couple wild growth targets if you want to get a, Swifty to, again, throw it back to 2018.
That is a throwback.
Mbessa, I would have liked to see the Gwen. Wiser, look, he's got priors on that champion, but instead it will be the Mbessa into the Cassante. And we'll see what varying degrees of uselessness as far as mid laners we get here. TF, Ahri, Annie, Galio, question mark. You do have enough damage, but I would like to see maybe some magic damage come through here. I don't hate the Annie angle here, actually.
Oh,
I know
they picked the champion.
Roodood does by default, but I think, look, if you have no other magic damage source, and
then why are you picking Annie?
There's nothing else to itemize against. You are not the primary source of engage or something to go in over the top. I think there is enough here.
So you're doing nothing then? That's amazing. Even better. You're not the primary source of engage, so you don't have
to be. It's okay. You could be safer.
So you're not the primary source of engage. So why would we pick Annie? You're not the most. You are the only source of magic damage in this game. So why would you pick Annie? Yeah. When you're the only source of magic damage, people pick Karthus and Cassiopeia and these like hard-hitting, heavy damage mages, right? They don't pick Annie, and we're gonna find out whether or not that's it's once again being justified. So
yeah.
I'm here. I'm gonna sit on my little Annie hate bench, and we'll see where it lands with me.
We're going to see if the results-based analysis does anything for us. But on the other side, Silverbard, Galio, Cassante, Zahen. Is there enough damage in this composition? Eventually there is.
Maybe. Like, it takes a while. Don't get me wrong. Is there enough damage on the other side of the composition as well?
I think so.
No, maybe not.
For the other?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm blinded and I'm biased. That's the current situation I find myself in. But I mean, to talk about the two teams a little bit, because the compositions have annoyed me. Mm-hmm. It is a big game, obviously, for Leviathan. They're going to be looking to try and get out of that bottom six, or into the top six, out of the bottom two rather. And if they can do that, then they're going to be in a very happy situation. If, however, this game goes the way that we might have expected it to, and we see VKS triumphing, then it's probably going to go a different way.
Must-win territory for Leviathan. You could still win next week, and if Loud lose, then you actually again would overtake them. So
yeah.
Loud could still throw this all away. But look, into a flawed team like
would be one of the things that had happened,
Yeah. It would be pretty tragic, though. I mean, look, with Pain Gaming being just non-existent this split, and Leviathan being, aside from them, clearly the weakest team in the league, mm-hmm. I think it's nigh unacceptable, and for my money. But Lev's one win against Loud. So you've done it to yourself if that's the case.
Yeah. And if that's the end case, and then amazing, right? And that then means that Lev, they get their team bonding week when they play against Pain next weekend. It sounds like, so that'll be quite nice.
Yeah. I mean, they're probably gonna win that. I mean. But it would be funny. I mean, well, yeah, because then as a Loud fan, right, you're rooting for Pain all of a sudden, and Pain, just to spite Loud, could just say, you know what, we're just not going to show up today, and have Leviathan leapfrog Loud, which I think would be Twitter would be all up in flames after that one. So
Would be funny though.
would be hilarious. Objectively, the funniest outcome, despite the allegations that would come in afterwards. Assuming they're all
Yes.
false, it would be hilarious.
Yeah, absolutely. But to look back at the game, obviously Cerulo here down on this bot side. I mean, VKS are playing very aggro.
They might be rewarded for it. Cerulu did cancel one, but gets the second one. First blood, easy as you like, onto the Aatrox.
And now he gets to go back to base, head up to his top side, which is completely fine. Nobody's checked there whatsoever, and will be able to farm up his camps with a extra ruby crystal. You know, normally you go back to base, get a longsword. You got a ruby crystal in there as well. So nice to see for Cerulo that early on, you know, fresh face to the CBLOL scene.
Yep.
He's making his impact felt nice and early.
Yeah, and look, CL has got to be happy with what he's seeing on that on-stage interview right now. Is Wiser. Doesn't have the all-in threat out of Devist, I don't think. No, not under the Cassante.
Not right now.
Throw up that Pathmaker. Be a little bit trickier. Take down and get onto the first grub. And look, something that you know, the party line coming out of the Cade camp was that the synergies are simply better. Leviathan just pushed a little too far forward, and I guess that's the one thing about a farming, you know, rush to 6 meta is no one is expecting a level 3 gank. Certainly not from an Aatrox. And there he is.
I mean, Snaker, it feels like we barriered for nothing. But sort of as soon as he sees Cerulo walk in, has this momentary lapse in breakdown functions where he's like, okay, what can I do here? Realizes he can't live. So he doesn't flash away, but then still burns his barrier in an effort to try and trade a 1-for-1. Not quite the idea that I would have liked, but they're looking to gank bot instead.
Get in Bookie in there with that magical journey. I see the vision. I like it, but will not be enough, unfortunately.
And I like that Sayo held their flash as well.
Uh-huh.
Small thing to note also here, 4x4, lethal tempo for Sayo. So going to be pairing up alongside this Lulu really nicely. And that Ghost as well means that you're going to be looking to pump out these auto attacks. Hopefully going on hit. So Blade of the Ruin King, Ginsu's Rage Blade type stuff. Could see even a, turn towards the AP styles, you know, a little bit Kaiser-esque almost with the build path. But we'll hold the cooking too much, as that could be a little bit too far gone.
Yeah, maybe. But hey, look, you did the first thing correct, which is you're gonna go lethal tempo into this team with a Galio, with a Cassante, and with the Lulu, crucially, right, which is kind of the whole thing that we base this off of. You've got the Lulu in tow. There is a responsible, ethical build path, and it looks like CEO is certainly on that train so far. Checking in everywhere else, it's leads across the board here for VKS. They're up 1,000 gold. Just kind of out of nowhere. I mean, it's the one kill, obviously, but 1,200 gold is pretty nasty at pre-5 minutes.
I mean, Mirio is doing a really good job at bullying Anger. Has taken first strike as well, so just constantly looking to farm up money off of this Galio more than anything. It's a little bit like when you see, Rumbles take it versus your Cassantes, your Scions as well. So, really good start for Mirio. He's now kind of so he needs to get back to base, find a TP, get back out onto the map, but he probably wants that lost chapter before he does so.
Yeah, I think that's your break point when you look to really make your impact felt. Devist and Wise are both level 6 here. Public Execution does land, could go all out here. Indeed, he does. Uses it as an escape, getting the other way. The Pathmaker. Well, no, that's not the Pathmaker. That's a different unstoppable ability. But either way, Devist is safe.
I mean, it's a really tricky matchup for Weiser to actually execute on that gank. Because if you ulti behind them, they ulti you out. So it's really difficult to set up the gank for. And Devos quite easily able to escape there. Keeps his flash in check. We do see down on the bot side, Bookie now looking to try and start up that dragon. And try and take the crab as well. With no tibbers in the mid lane, it means there's no upfront burst from Miryu. And that the contest down there wouldn't be super easy.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, you really need that level 6 for Miru if he wants to challenge any sort of Drake take, any sort of skirmish on the back end. As Enga doesn't have the MR in tow just yet. Bookie will be able to wrap up this dragon. Now Kaiwing looking to get forward here as Miru and company looking to collapse with a numbers advantage. You can still recover for all manner of sins here. Bookie's the Grim Deliverance defensively here. Toplop in some trouble. CEO trying to get forward. Will not have enough damage. Toplop will flash to safety, question mark, I think.
Oh, hold on. Q.
Oh, and
there we go.
CEO with the flash arrow. Gets another kill for Cade Stars.
Yeah, does it sort of catch Toplop off guard there? Flashes under the turret and the board, nowhere to go. A pretty tricky skill shot to land in that case. You know, it's a really easy right angle to try and dodge away from. Seo lands it flush. It's an excellent call. And they find the first kill there. Really good stuff out of Mirio. Out of Seo. Good stuff out of Mirio besides that, but good stuff from the bot lane. This Varus got an assist in the first instance, now finds itself its first kill.
Feel really, really good to combat the scaling that eventually, you know, your AD carry on the other side for Lev will have that advantage over you. But again, this on-hit Varus, it makes up for all those problems that the lethality version has. I think they've got enough damage here. Roodood, look, it is an Mbessa. Yeah, Aatrox. Yes, Annie, you know, the Annie of it all is a little, you know, it's unfortunate, but getting CEO on the board here, and again, just into a team like Leviathan, which greatest of respect, not much in the same weight class, but should be able to, with this lead right now, get themselves a nice little, should be able to translate this nicely.
That's the hope, and especially since the composition doesn't do too poorly into the late game, as you already highlighted, that we're hoping that this Varus Lulu duo can go and do a great amount of work. But Mirio already in this mid lane finding a lot of gold up against the Galio. Enga currently not built any MR, so he's definitely feeling the worst for wear.
Youch, Snaker taking a chunk out of Kaiwing, not going to be able to apply the finishing touches.
Yeah, so Seo there, not quite chaining the cooldowns on the Varus like you need to. Now fighting for the Grubs on top side.
Grim Deliverance goes out, but caught by the public execution. Wiser going to deliver the finishing blow, or at least help Sorolu do so. In with the hero's entrance over the top. Is it too little too late for Enga? Maybe not, as Devis might not be done just yet. Flashes to follow Wiser's flash. Try to get onto the Mbessa, but the stun comes down, and that might spell doom for Devis. Wow. Indeed it will. Wiser gets another one. Try as they might, Leviathan cannot crack Cade Stars.
Yeah, Mirio hits him with the cool guys don't look at explosions and stuns Devost, walks away. Hoping that his top side are going to be able to handle it, where the Cassante, definitely one of those picks that I would have liked a little bit more reassurance from my mid laner, but nevertheless, Mirio does a great job, finds himself his first assist of the game, gets on the board, and it's Buki who's trying to find really all three of these camps. I think once you've taken two, happy, just get out of there, but no, he wants to extend the play that little bit further, thinks that he's got something in the tank that clearly does not exist. By the time that Devost actually gets involved, he's already died to the duo of Cerulo and Wiser, so definitely not the situation you want to be in. And Mirio here, yeah, he's got all of his spells available. Nah, you can just have the Q. That's all I'm after. And Devost, very nearly, I feel like, turns that one back around, but never the mind. Mirio does well enough.
3,000 gold up now. Cade in a very nice spot. And the wealth spread pretty evenly. Gold lead just keeps ticking up. Now 2 grubs to 1. 1 dragon to 0, but those are the only advantages that K-Stars can write home about. Or should I say Leviathan can write home about into the K-Stars team that, I mean, look, it's a nice little matchup for Sorolu to come into. You've got yourself an explosive early game composition and an early game champion that once you get level 6 is just an absolute terror in these trades, as Enga really not going to be much more than tickled.
Yeah.
Excuse me, by the damage that Mirio is offering here.
And you think about how how that game's gonna progress. You're hoping that the tickling is as bad as it gets for Enga. But like you say, really hoping that Leviathan are going to struggle here. And Seo, good sidestep on the board ulti.
Great sidestep. Got the Chains of Corruption down as well to slow the advance and buy time for the rest of his team to show up. And show up they do. Sorolu on a killing spree as he beats Bard over the head with a Darkened Blaze. Snake are able to flash away. But Sorolu on a roll here. 4 out of 5 KP. They keep the good vibes rolling. Kaiwing just barely not able to get the damage down. That Spell Shield bails Snaker out.
I mean, Kaiwing misplaying there, unfortunately. He puts the E down before the Spell Shield comes through, then Qs into the Spell Shield. Could have found the kill there. Doesn't, and that means that Snaker gets out. Feel like that's a missed opportunity there for Kaiwing, but not the end of the world. Still able to make a massive play down on the bot side, and you can already see how the gold is accelerating. 4.4k as the advantage for VKS. We've got a composition that does well into the late game, so we're not too worried about how there may be an issue if they don't scale well enough. Nope, they're not under any pressure particularly, and we'll see if they can close this one out without too many difficulties here. Dragon up on the board, and that's the only real thing that VKS haven't been too good at is those neutral objectives. 2-1 on the grubs, they're down. Looking like they're going to go, or rather, no contest around this dragon just yet, so we don't know which way it's going to go.
You're just kind of jockeying for a little bit of vision here. Leviathan don't want to let it go down without a fight. I mean, it's rough for Leviathan, right? I mean, because like it's like where do you fight through, right? What do you get rolling? It is just that 5v5. It is just the eventual later fights that you want to take kind of on your terms, but like Snaker is not where he should be just yet in terms of damage. Bookie, you got to Triforce, great. Like I just don't see any options here for Leviathan in this early game, and it's like you have to play such a controlled mid game to not allow Cade to get this any more out of control than it already is.
Yeah, and that's obviously such a massive difficulty that we're going to try and see them come across, and make that difference into hopefully the remainder of this game. Whether they can or can't will remain to be seen. But they're going for the bot lane once again here.
Tempered Fate finds one. Toplop says, nope, I'm going backwards, excuse me. Chains of Corruption go out, don't find much. Bookie and Sorolu doing a little RP in the Tri-Brush.
Mid lane is doing the same thing around the blue buff, so they're just, it's very cordial here. Everybody's trying to fight their own lanes, but again, not to too much avail. Toplop throws out his ulti, doesn't particularly find anything. Sayo decides, you know what, if you've got one, I can do one better. Equally, doesn't find too much. And now VKS with this 5k gold lead, you would like to think can take this dragon.
Should be able to. Again, no Tempered Fate, but Public Execution does go out here from Weiser, looking for the all-in on a Devastator. I think he might just have it. Roodood, a couple more dashes in. Easy as you like. The dragon goes up as well. And now Cade on the warpath drops the bear on top of the Sivir. No spell shield is going to help you through that. Too much to work through as Cade march on in heroic way here. Grim Deliverance out, just a disaster. Not a good idea there. What sort of backup what were we hoping for with that?
What I will not hear this game is propaganda that this proves Annie is useful. This has been
she's been helpful. She's been helpful
at a push, okay? And I think, now hear me out here, I think that it really didn't matter what mirror you played this game. It may well have gone the exact same way. This is.
I think you might have a point there.
One of those games that I used to call these for the bot lane, and they used to happen quite frequently as a bot laner, where you could play AD crit singed, and I think the game would have ended the same way.
Yeah, well might have. Mirror Look, he's being a good setup bot for the more important members, and the more important members are capitalizing. Could there have been a better pick in the mid lane? Sure, but to your point, all Mirror had to do was his job, and the rest of the game seems like it would have played itself. And Leviathan, they look completely out of sorts. They look out of answers, out of options here. Just not looking amazing here for the LATAM representatives. That Valorant team is kind of nice, though. They have actually, funnily enough, a bunch of Brazilian players on their roster. So,
and how are they doing?
Solid. It's a young team, so bumps on the road are to be expected, but mechanically they are really demonic. The macro is just not quite there yet.
And is there a tournament going on at the minute, or is it like circuit vibes?
No, there is. It's very similar. Yeah, it's kind of it's like kickoff, split 1, split 2. So they really have the calendar synced up. Next year, as the Chains of Corruption go wide here, Miru looking for the all in. Didn't have the follow up. Yes, he did from CEO. 6 tower shots, but got himself another kill. It's 10-0.
Now it's a case for VKS of who's paying for the KBBQ after, right? Like if you die first, that's your lookout at this point in the game. So far so good for VKS, and we're really winding down the clock until VKS can start taking some heavy hitting objectives, right? Herald on the board, they're going to try and take that one down. And that Baron comes up, most likely going to go their way as well and start trying to lay some real damage down on these structures. Weiser largely left to his own devices this game. He's been able to find solo kill twice, or at least once, excuse me. And I think down on this bot side, if that's the Hail Mary play that Leviathan are going for, it's going to be a struggle. That's all I'll say.
Yes, it is certainly going to be tricky. They just, again, it's like, what do you, like, with this composition, you have drafted yourself into a little bit of a hole, or a little bit of a narrow win condition. With the early game going as disastrously as it did, oh boy. And the goal lead's already 7,000 at 17. I got nothing here, Roodood. I'm trying, but I got nothing.
Some of these games, some games are just like this, okay? Where
Mhm.
you can just do this and we can just have some fun here.
Gonna try to get onto CEO, but he's got help from Sorolo. Now the big
That's
TP
Flash.
coming in from Enga.
Doesn't
As
need
Flash not going to burn it. I think maybe realized that his time was up here in this one. That was a very brave TP by Miru. Does get Tibbers down, but doesn't get a ton of follow-up. And to be fair,
Wow,
what follow-up
Harold.
was there to be had? The shutdown comes in. Going to try to just be a menace.
Spinning.
Just provide crowd control with Shelly. And then take her to another lane. To
Nope, we're
rest
going back.
her. Yeah, maybe here. Yeah, going to get nothing out of that. Just really just being a nuisance, that team fight. That was funny.
Well, what we have to remember here is that there's always the world that VKS just chuck the game, right? They were 8k gold to the good. Am I mistaken? 6.7-ish, maybe? I don't know.
Six, yeah, I think high sixes, yeah.
Yeah, they're now 5k behind. And no, those kills didn't go into bad places. Bucky and Snaker found 2, decent kills. And, I have to imagine Seo had a shutdown that maybe Miru didn't, because Riot also knows Annie's a useless champion, so why would we give it gold? And now on the top side, Wise is also in trouble.
Leviathan, they're just doing the roving death squad now. As Wiser pops the public execution onto Enga, but now the rest of VKS has shown up. I think we know how this one is going to go. It is a 4v3, but is that enough to circumvent the gold difference, the gold advantage that VKS have? That's a lot of CC. That'll certainly do it, but a fantastic Chains of Corruption is going to get decent value here. As CEO now finally gets jumped on. Devis goes all out. He goes over the wall trying to get onto CEO. Tempered Phase is going to lock one down as Leviathan. They're doing it, Roodood. The Q3 lands onto Kaiwing. Going to try to play a little defense onto this Lulu. Bookie gets the chains on. Not able to grab Kaiwing. Top Lop waiting in tow. Trying to get something down if he should join here. Another kill goes on to Snaker as Leviathan walk away with a bunge of kills. How are they doing this, Roodood? One finally goes down. Wiser gets himself a kill. Miru? Oh, the Roodood is going to have strong words if this goes the way we think it will.
Walks up, does nothing. Yes, let's go, Annie. Flashes for the sake of it. Incredible. What a great champion. Oh,
Unstoppable
truly.
buffers out the stud. Man, oh man. And now the gold lead is down to 2,000. and we've got to sit up in our chairs again.
And just like that, yeah, we do. Snaker, who, got absolutely pounded by VKS, not necessarily by Seo and Kaiwing, I want to address, but Cerulo was there at level 3. He now has a 1,500 gold lead. So that feels pretty good for Snaker. He's 2 items on the Siva now and going to be able to dish out some consistent DPS. It is an Infernal Dragon on the Rift that VKS are going to be able to secure almost as a pity prize here from Leviathan, as we do see that play on the top side. It was the roaming death squad, as you'd highlighted, but take a look at the minimap here. VKS quite happy to stick around and take this fight because their AD carry's got first move, and look at the minimap. Look at the minimap right now, and look at where VKS's mid laner is. Okay, the bot lane. My good friend walked from bot to top to provide the contribution that we all got to see so gloriously. Now, obviously, the map on this top side, the fight, how it breaks down, Leviathan just had numbers the whole time. And yes, it was enough, in fact, to offset the distinct gold disparity that they were at. Bucky does a great job here, tanks up the turret, knows that as soon as somebody else comes in, they can tank it for him as well. And despite Wise's best efforts, something different could have gone that way. But, they didn't want to see what Miru did either.
Nope, simply was not enough. 2 dragons to 1 for Cade, up 2,000 gold. Again, this is a very flawed team, but now, Roodood, not only, you mentioned the gold lead that has flipped for Leviathan, and it's gone into the perfect place. Snaker still has not cashed out his call. That is still a Sivir that if you can keep her safe, you can win a game off the back of just that champion.
Absolutely. And
it's just a nightmare scenario. Like that could not have gone any worse.
And VKS know this as well. So now they're going to try and make the Hail Mary play themselves.
Try and get one back here. Can Devis time the unstoppable? Yes, he can. He's going forward. Now the TP comes in. The public execution goes off. As Devis will go all out. But Miru going to grab the kill onto him. Is it too little too late? The rest of the death squad comes through for Leviathan. Now Miru in some trouble. He's going to get taken down by who else? By Snaker as he pops the on the hunt to try to clear a little more ground. Now CO is here, and this could be a fight turner here for Cade. Now they go in with the Grim Deliverance. Wiser gets in, trying to make hay as well. Enga gets out, going to go right back in onto Snaker with the hero's entrance. BKS play it just that little bit better. CEO left untouched, and that is what you get. Wiser with a triple kill as well. What a contribution from him. It's an ace for VKS, and the Guerreros take a big exhale.
Woo-hoo. All right, we can relax again. Maybe not necessarily slouch back down in our seats, as VKS have given us a bit of a jolt up right from the last sort of 5-10 minutes or so. But as Rose quite rightly highlights, that was all without Annie. So again, we get to readdress the fact that this could have been an AD crit singed, and the game would have been much the same, as VKS actually taking this one step further. They actually want to go for the Baron off of this, and with, double bruisers, Varus, now with that Ginsu's Rage Blade, this thing is going to melt like butter.
That is exactly what is happening here. You see that just get absolutely shredded through. Big 2-item spike here, it has to be said, for CEO. On on-hit Varus, that Roodood, I'm trying to think back. I don't know if I have seen it once this year. Between NACL and here, I've still seen the lethality Varus just every single time. And look, into this meta, that's probably fair enough, although we are starting to see a few more tanks kind of rear their head in the meta.
I mean, I think that Varus is, honestly, the best marksman if you can pilot it in both ways, because you just have this flexibility open to you, where sometimes they're going to lock Galio Cassante and you get to go on hit. Sometimes they're going to lock, Vayne and Syndra, so you get to go lethality.
Yep.
Oh,
hang on a second here. We got a fight broken out. And in the blink of an eye, Miru is toast. How much will that impact Leviathan again? Or VKS? We'll see. They do get the pick onto one immobile champion there. Had the flash, did not use it. Held onto the stopwatch as well. We'll have those two up for the next fight, but Leviathan really not going to get much off that. Yeah, a little bit of a brave, play there from Cade. I mean, I don't know. They had the vision down there, went for something that maybe they didn't need to with that Baron buff.
Hey, man. But I feel like that's just, again, when you're playing Annie, you're playing to try and look for these picks and trying to get into these unique angles. Leviathan spots Miru when he's in one of them, and they take him down. I mean, they've still got the topside tier 2 turret. The issue is that without their mid laner, pushing feels a little bit more difficult. So they're not going to get the most out of this Baron for right now. But he's able to get back out onto the map. He's going to walk down to the bot side. There's still 1 minute, 10 seconds left on this Baron. That tier 2 turret down in the bot lane is going to be up for grabs. Not only that, once they've taken it, they can then move their way back out to the bot side, find that dragon as well, and really start to put some pressure onto Leviathan with that soul point on the table.
Yeah, soul point could be on the table. I'm glad you called that out. Yeah, it could be another point of pressure for Cade to play through. They've got themselves up to those 4 towers. That top lane tier 2 did eventually fall. Bot lane tier 2, not long for this world. It will go down in 3, 2, 1 right now. Blade's still up in that mid lane, so a little bit of standing gold still able to be collected. Should Cade want to play through there as well. But now, looking to get a pick before this dragon potentially. CEO waiting in the brush. Miru waiting in that brush as well. Going to get spotted out by the blue ward.
3 items for Snaker, so it's a decently fed Civ, and no Infinity Edge just yet, but there is anti-heal there, which I think is really important, especially when we look at the healing built into Ambessa Aatrox and then Varus with Blade of the Ruin King. So if Snaker can free hit, obviously it's going to look good for them, but it's a very big if. We're going to look to work on this tier 1 turret, and that opens up VKS to start this dragon, but it's also opening them up to try and walk into the mid lane and look for this fight. You got to peel Snaker.
What sort of angle they can get onto it. Wise are going to go golden. Chains of Corruption going to find nothing. Sorolu had to be taken out of the fight. Pops the World Ender. The Infernal Chains got nothing. Enga going to get chased around by Timbers. Public Execution. In he goes. Now responded with by the hero's entrance. Devis taken out of the fight. He will blast cone him away to safety. Damage going out. Cade ever so slightly ahead in this one. Mira buys himself time with the stopwatch. Wiser trying to get forward. He has a ton of damage and he gets out of the ADC, and that is crucial. That is enough with the jungler and the AD carry down. Leviathan can't do much.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just an Infinity Edge difference. I think if Snaker has that in this fight, the fight is probably won because he does so much work, puts up so many autos, and just doesn't quite have enough damage yet to win the fight. And, you know, instead, he's the only one who's doing anything, where we look across, Bucky not quite got the damage, not quite got the access to the backline. Devost trying to be a disrupting factor, but it's not proving to be fatal enough. And again, this whole time, I'm keeping my eyes on Snaker, looking at how much work he's trying to do. There are 2-3 moments where there are really big clumps of VKS that Sivir just loves to try to be able to auto-attack in. But again, on the top side of this fight, we don't really get to see the Galio contribute until that ulti comes down. And then, massive Grim Deliverance, two-man pull combo from Bucky. But the Sivir just hitting doesn't quite have enough. And then the stun here from Wiser, you think, oh, this is my chance. Except he turns around and literally just one combos you.
And just unga bungas. All up into what you were trying to do there. Yeah, really, really tough to play into, obviously. Now, the Baron buff has worn off here. Again, I think your soul point is still that thing you're trying to play for, but it's a full 4 minutes away. Just keep your wits about you if you are Cade Stars, and you should win out these fights. But I don't know, man. Like, the sword of Damocles with Snaker, if he can get a good fight, is still hanging over you. Enga in some trouble. Had to flash away. Wiser burned his as well.
All right. Well, it's, they get out. That's the important part there for Enga, as he's going to have to regen up on that fountain. But VKS doing a good job. Control this top side, work towards the Baron when it spawns, and that's really where Leviathan are going to have to go for the final stand. Top flop.
Man, it's just far too close. Should be, yeah. We'll walk away. None worse for wear here. I mean, did that last fight give you any worries about how Snaker would be able to cope in kind of these next fights, or would you think that was like kind of a scattered fight, maybe just step too close to Wiser? Thought that maybe he could have. Hold on, yes, Sorolu. Almost able to get in there. Bookie able to play a little bit of defense. The turret will go down with the Chains of Corruption. They got what they came for. Do Cade want any more? Do Lev want any more? Maybe is the better question. Tempered Fate not going to find anything. CEO taken very low. He's down. That is huge. Snaker should be able to free fire here. He gets the help of the hero's entrance. Tibbers does, well, not a ton. Miru can't do much in terms of sustained damage. Even anti-knowers, even anti-defenders will tell you sustained damage is not his thing. He got in there, did his combo, couldn't get much, and now Leviathan, they've got a Baron.
No, I'm not worried about Snaker being able to stand up and do the damage in these team fights, but I am really worried that VKS are going to crumble at the seams here. I mean, Snaker, again, he's the lifeblood of this composition at this point, and Leviathan stood around him with exactly what they needed to. Seo just standing, in line with his own front line means that it's really easy for Snaker to get that damage down. He's going to go back to base, pick up probably the Infinity Edge, and that's that big checkpoint that I was waiting for. Sivir now fully online, 100% crit chance, i.e. backing it up. And you can see in the gold lead that nobody else matters on this Leviathan roster. And this whole time, Bucky actually with a great grab there, pulling Seo. I might have shot myself in the foot a little bit with some Bucky slander early on, but he's doing a really good job at finding these grabs. And, making the carries of VKS kind of useless.
No, it's certainly making him sweat, right? I mean, like we said, it was like, the Bookie slander was real. I mean, he wasn't really doing a ton, but now he's making his presence felt, right? And look, if you're playing this sort of composition where all you can do is just pray that your Sivir, can stay alive for long enough, that's all you have to do is be a nuisance.
Top lop, please.
Top lop. He's top lopping.
How many times have literally even this game he's been caught by Aatrox Q and just tried to portal out and then keeps getting pulled back and pulled back and pulled back. It was comedic the first time when he didn't die, but now he's literally costing all of the momentum for Leviathan. And it really does feel quite bad. Like, they would have loved to use this Baron to get some gold back, to maybe make Bucky or Devost feel like they can do something in these fights, but yeah, it's not going to be the case this time out, and they need to now work without their support to try and get vision back on this dragon. Remember, this is soul for VKS if they can take it, and that might just be the difference that can, keep them. I say the difference; they're up like 5k gold, but it feels like
it really does not feel that way.
Yeah, that Leviathan might just be able to take the game anyway.
Oh boy, oh boy. EP comes in from Cade as we are now fighting over Dragon's Soul. Can they get what they want? Miru, you got to get that big old stun down. Here's the CC on to Bookie, but the Grim Deliverance will make it basically null. Doesn't have Tibbers to be able to get more. The taunt goes off on a Sorolu. He's wrapped up for a while. CEO has to be careful here. He's going a little too far forward potentially, but flashes back as soon as Devis gets onto him. Hero's Entrance coming in defensively. Gets a knock up on a Sorolu. He gets Wild Growth as well to try to keep him alive for as long as they can. The damage comes in from Snaker, and this is when Lev can get rolling here. Miru going to buy some time with the stopwatch, but eventually he will meet the same fate.
Wow, and Leviathan just buy enough time there. They give Snaker the space to be able to auto. Despite Seo's best efforts here, he's playing that fight incredibly well. Also trying to sidestep everything that goes his way. Flashes on top of somebody to try and take them down. Fails in that venture. The power here of that escape, the Bard Portal actually doing a lot of work to keep Devost alive as he flashes in to save it. It's going to ensure that this dragon is secured for Leviathan. They do not give over the soul. They stay in the game here, 4x4.
Oh, man. Well, it's that kind of day today in Brazil.
Yeah,
it seems like, as Leviathan, they are not going away. That gold lead. Every time we look up, it was 6,000. Now it's 5,000. Now it's 3,000. They got themselves in a pretty good spot here. And in another 5 minutes, we're gonna get another fight. But let's get a look at this one and how it went. I mean, it was just I don't know. You go.
Yeah, so Seo on the top side is doing so much work to try and take out top plot, but Devos goes in by some space, has a really nice flash to create the distance so the auto attacks of Seo can't come through, and they're just playing with their HP bars so perfectly here that they're juggling Seo aggro almost. Whoever Seo can hit is who he's auto attacking. Because they've got so much HP, they can all stand forward for maybe 2-3 seconds, let those autos rain down, let Snaker trade auto attacks back, and at this stage, the crit is just that little bit more powerful versus that on-hit nature.
That they got exactly what that was. Exactly what they were looking for. BT looking like it's going to be the next item here for Snaker. 5-5-5. It's a wild scoreline for a Sivir to have, but hey, I think it's more of a reflection of how the early game went. Weiser quietly 8 kills here. Him and Sorolu.
Yeah.
And fourth item. Now, going into the Jack show for CEO this early. I mean, I feel like that's more of a 6th item thing, or is that just more of a the game is ending thing?
This is common on hit Varus, where you don't really have a good 4th item that's on hit, right? Like Varus has this really good spike on these 3 items, honestly on 2 items where you've got Ginsu's and Blade. And then Terminus can fill that on-hit style as well, but there's not particularly a 4th and a 5th and a 6th on-hit item. So you do just go for these tankier spells and the tankier build to try and keep yourself alive. Wouldn't even be surprised if like a Randuin's came in on this, but this is the type of place where you can look for maybe a Dusk and Dawn, right? If you want to go for something that's going to keep you with that uptime, but also add a little bit more bang to your book for the later stages of these fights. I'll be curious where he goes from here, and I think he's just looking through the shop right now, trying to work out what it's going to be. Picks up a Executioner's Calling, which, if I'm remembering correctly, isn't going to be able to be built into anything other than the Chempunk Chainsword, because the Terminus and the Last Whisper share a passive, which means you can't build the 2 of them.
Okay, that's a good shout. Yeah, very well might be.
And Chempunk Chainsword, for the record, awful item. It just applies grievous wounds and gives like very minimal AD.
So yeah, I mean, at this point, like, I keep that Executioner's Calling in your inventory as long as possible, and then build
something else. Yeah,
exactly. So, as the Baron comes up here, all right, talk about the Dragon Soul maybe being the next thing to fight over. Well, Baron's got something to say about that. Leviathan are the first ones there. BKS completely blind as they try to go into it. Makes Mira's job a lot harder to start things off with the Annie, but maybe Weiser throws in a blind public execution. Maybe you find something there. Sorolu with the follow-up. But this is really tough to play into if you have literally nowhere to look.
I mean, that's what it is for Weiser, right? If he public executes onto Snaker, probably just one-shots him, and they can win the fight off of that. If that public execution hits anybody else, feels like that's exactly what Leviathan are after. I mean, they've got 3 frontliners and a Sivir. This is the peak Sivir experience, and I think Snaker needs to position himself up on that top side, get away from this bot side of the fight, let your frontline be the frontline.
Baron is going down very, very quickly. Can Leviathan secure a Temper Fate? Not going to find anybody. They will be able to wrap up the Baron. Infernal Chains, not going to lock anyone up, but the Chains of Corruption go out. Not going to get the second part of it down.
Portal.
Leviathan, they're just running away. There's the portal. The stun goes down. Public execution as well. They get top lop. Will they get anyone else?
Just leave.
Is Anga going to be the sacrificial lamb? Yeah, Snaker maybe stuck around a little bit too long. Devis, he thinks he can turn this fight around. Leviathan, they're not hedging their bets at all. They're going all in on the fact that they could turn this if they just keep Snaker alive. Is that enough? Wild growth onto Sorolu. Bookie with the Grim Deliverance still has that. Could go over the wall and help out if need be. Devis plays bodyguard. and they get out of there with just one member dead at the end of the day.
Yeah, good little body blocking there from Leviathan. They actually stepped forward a little bit, and I think that could have been the end of the game if they'd have played it poorly. They play it well enough, and they're able to escort Anger out as well, which I think is a really big deal. If they lose 2 members there, it's not awful, but it does really slow their role and slows what they can do with this Baron. The fact that Anger's still alive, he can go back to base TP out onto the map. Toplop's got a short death timer because he's low level as a support, and that means that they can reset back out and start up this dragon here 4x4. Toplop's come back out from death, so he's back up. And now Sorolu throws himself into the pit, but this one might be gone already.
I'm going to say maybe a little bit
It's a
prematurely.
50-50.
Let's see. Chains of Corruption don't find anything,
Soul.
and it's swiped! They got the Dragon Soul! Sorolu in his CBLOL debut might have saved the game here for VKS, as now
it's
Wiser on a
time.
rampage. He gets a double kill with the creative angle. Devis next on the menu. Grim Deliverance just buys time. Snaker's dead. That's it. It's a 5-for-0 ace. VKS off the back of the Dragon Soul steal. Get the game. They're going to win off this.
And off the back of Wiser as well, with a absolute catastrophe from Enger. Cannot get into the fight, just gets caught out and dies. Gives Wiser free access to the backline and cleans this game up. If you look at the score, you look at any metric, this just looks like VKS walked a game home and it took them a little bit of time to do it. No, indeed.
That was very much not the case. Another win for Cade and a tough one for Leviathan, man. Gonna be a rough one to swallow, but Sorolu, man, what a debut for him, man. And swiping away that Dragon Soul. Look, maybe they win that fight regardless, but it certainly made it a lot easier because, like you said, look, Wiser, he found the angle of all angles and really punished Enga for a tragic misposition there. So I think they win that without it, but a nice little cherry on the top of a pretty good CBLOL debut for the boy.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really complain. Yeah, there were some mid-game fumbles, but I think as a rookie, you're not the one who's particularly, you're not the problem for that, right? You're not expecting your rookie to be the one who's making those shot calls and deciding how the mid-game is supposed to function for you. There were some crucial mistakes and some crucial positive plays as well that they were able to come away with. So quite happy for Sorolu. He was a really big part of their early game lead as well on the Aatrox. 8 kills you called out really early on as well. Have done an excellent job at making sure that this game looked as bad as it did for quite as long as it did as well.
Well said. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, Cade going to try to close it out. Keep pace for second place despite a wildly turbulent season for Vivo Cade Stars. They still have second place in their sights if they could put away Leviathan. The Loud fans still watching this one with bated breath as well. The more distance they can put between themselves and Lev, the better. Be right back. Was it pretty? No. Was it clean? Also no. Was it a win at the end of the day? Yeah. And that's all you got to hang your hat on. But Leviathan, they still, even if they lose here, I was going to pull up. That's what I meant to do. I meant to pull up what Leviathan's next game was. Wait, no, they got Pain. You answered this
right?
earlier. Yes. Okay. So you could still beat Pain. And if Loud lose next week, everything is fine. And you make it instead of the reigning champions, which is still, I think, would be the funniest outcome. But Cade, they have a little bit more something to write home about. Leviathan, at the end of the day, look, Roodood, they've got, we're kind of talking about this on air. They've got something. They're not an awful team, but the pieces do not come together consistently enough for them to be taken seriously.
We got to see some really good parts of that composition, right? Like we saw a really solid performance from Snaker in this one, and we saw the team rally behind him and do what they can to try and keep him alive in these fights. But ultimately, the rest of the team needs to do more than just play for Snaker in certain instances, and they drafted this whole composition around keeping Snaker alive. Unfortunately, in this case, like they couldn't do that, and as soon as they mis-execute on that, it's Snaker that feels the brunt of it.
Yeah, and it was a tough composition to do that into. To be fair, right? You had, Aatrox, and Bessa, right? You had things that could be a disruptor to that AD carry, right? And be just and be a nuisance, but. Look, at the end of the day, that was the composition you drafted for yourself. You gave yourself very little room for error. So, that's kind of as far as our sympathies extend, I think it's fair to say on that one.
But I'm not going to give them much more.
No. But they've got another shot here again. Cade, they've got their issues, man. They are not a consistent team. I think we've got no really, perfect team in the CBLOL. Red are our clear favorites, but even they, I still... there's something about them, and maybe it's because I do think part of it for me is that I haven't casted enough of their games this split. Just the schedules haven't broken that way, so I haven't been able to kind of evaluate them with my own two eyes for whatever that's worth. Often it's not much, but
it's worth enough to keep you here for a reason.
It's worth, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Keep you here on the volunteer broadcast for a reason. Exactly. But yeah, no. Look, they are our clear best team, and look, we've got one spot at MSI, but 2 spots at Worlds, baby. Never forget. We are back. But going into this one, Roodood, look, Leviathan, I think the answer for me is clear. You gotta give yourself more opportunities to succeed. And if you're gonna rely on, if you're gonna give yourself a narrow win condition, I think you gotta do it in the early game, because Cade, with Sorolu playing like he is, and with Kai Wing seeming like he's getting a little bit more comfortable in the team, the late game can't be where you put the eggs in that basket for me, for Leviathan.
It's just not like you're saying, there needs to be a little bit more coming in somewhere else. And yes, there were good looks. So we'll see if they can make that change happen here in this one. Obviously, the Rumble first pick, something that we in the CBLOL are all too familiar with at this stage. So we'll keep our eyes out for whether or not that can have the desired impact. Most likely going to be another one of those first strikes and attempts to bully the Scion styles of play, because that has been locked in as a response by Wiser here.
Yep. Yeah, I think that the first strike is a good shout. If nothing else, you just come out of the lane a little less worse for wear. Say, hey, you know what? I may not have gotten my job done, but I guess maybe you did get your job done, because at the end of the day, it's all about getting money and getting stronger in that way. So, that's a way into the game. But locked it immediately there for Wiser. Wiser on a tank is something that we haven't seen in a long, long time, Roodood. Part of it is the meta, but part of it is just that's not what this dude is kind of, at his best for a lot of the times. So, surely we don't blind Anivia, right? Well, actually, you tell me. Is it that bad? Because I feel like the Anivia, like...
So I think they're discussing support picks with these hovers. Anivia support obviously sort of done its little bits of firing around the meta, right? So it's possible that they're looking for that, but the Nito does get locked in. I don't mind this mainly as a denial away from the Caitlyn lane, but it does then mean that as much as Caitlyn Nami doesn't have that like route into trap combo that the Nico and your Caitlyn John Morgs do, bubble can work just as well. And also headshot empowered ebb and flows that are empowered by a headshot. They're probably going to be even more scary, as we get a little bit later on into this one. So I don't mind the Nami pairing really at all for VKS. And we already highlighted here. You know, we don't mind the Ezreal into the Caitlyn. It's a decent enough matchup for the Ezreal to try and keep spacing in the late game. You can outplay the Caitlyn if you're able to dodge out on crucial spells. So it's not a completely lost cause here, and Snaker, with the brightest spot for Leviathan in that last game, has got given a lot of tools here in this one.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and how will the rest of the composition around him work? It's looking like it's just a lot better. Again, like you've got, like you said, more tools and more options. If Snaker doesn't find his mojo or get that going, or can't play the Ezreal how it should be, right? It's a high ceiling, low floor champion. This Ezreal, but we'll see how the comp. And you've got enough damage for me. Give yourself a Victor in the mid lane, and I don't know, Ornn, and call it a day. Like I think that's enough.
Yeah, and I mean, when I'm looking at what VKS themselves are looking to do in this second round, we've got, again, a massive attention to the jungle with the Neferi, the Xin Zhao, Jarvan taken off the board as well, and you look at Nocturne and Vi on the other side. Like, if I'm either of these two jungle or either of these two players, I'm getting worried about what I'm going to end up picking, right? I think Wukong's still open, and it tends to be the pick that I would default towards here if I'm not missing anything completely obvious. But we need something to get us through that early game and do some work to get us those leads, basically.
Yeah. Yep. And I think Wukong would be a great pick. Skarner picked up here. That's actually a pretty good shout as well. Vi still on the board. That champion has a pretty wide swath of opinions on it, and the composition you're picking it into definitely plays into it. But look, something to get you going into the late game. I think it does fill that bucket.
Yeah, and we'll see. Obviously, with the Skarner locked in, that's one answer. Trundle comes in, and I don't mind this versus a Skarner at all. I really don't mind this versus any of the front line that's being picked up. This is your answer to how are we going to kill Sion, how are we going to kill Skarner, because they're two pretty beefy boys, and we've not particularly drafted tank killers just yet. Outside of locking a blind Cassio here for Enger, they don't have the best ways to get through these front lines, and a Trundle could be the exact solution. And Nivea is a really solid pick as well, especially versus the Sion, especially versus, these champions that rely so heavily on their mobility, on their ability to walk into a fight with a great big ulti. I love the Nivea pick to answer that.
You can go over a wall if you are the Skarner, but it is still slow, and it is very, you do have to use that on, the Anivia walls, so I don't think it's that much of like a counter, really. Sylas could be kind of sick here. Yeah, you've got some banger ultimates to take, to be fair.
Some good ultis, and as well, a really decent matchup versus the Anivia, right? Anivia loves playing against these immobile champions. Sylas, anything has got two dashes and a mini dash.
Nightmare for Anivia.
Yeah, you put the wall up, and then Sylas hops over the wall, or hops under the wall, or does something else that completely ruins your time in the laning phase. So we'll see. It's a good Anivia pick versus things like the Nami, versus things like the Sion. But I think when we look at things like the Skarner, it's going to struggle there. You look at the Sylas as well. Really big problems. Could be a foot for Enger in this one.
Yeah, he likes Enga. For me, his best performances have been on these, mages that can scale into the late game. And Anivia, look, she scales fine, right? I mean, it's not as well as you might think, or something that builds Roa and these kind of more traditionally scaly items, right? The Roa and the Seraphs and whatnot. And Sylas will outscale her, but again, if you have done your homework in the early game, this Leviathan composition it should have too many threats to really be dealt with. And again, and I love that Toronto pick. I love the champion. I think he's more versatile than, just like, you pick him into a tank matchup. I think he can do more. But I actually really like what Leviathan have done for themselves. I think all the drafting mistakes they made in game one certainly looking better here in game two.
Yeah, they can, they've got tools here this game. So let's see, right? We were asking the questions. What is it that they're going to be able to do? What tools can they pick up to give themselves a bit of an edge? Well, looks like this time out, it's going to be, putting more resources in other areas of the map.
All you want in life, in your career, in League of Legends, is options. That's what they've got here.
Not wrong. Yeah. Got plenty of those.
Devastator and Weiser. This is a matchup that's kind of as old as time. Sorolu with the Skarner. Yeah, you've got yourself. Now with the, I guess with this Cade composition, do you worry that if they're not able to get going, that this might just turn into a wet noodle composition?
I think that if they didn't have a Caitlyn at the helm, I would be a little bit more inclined to agree with you. Caitlyn just does so well as you move into the late game, and you've got such a good mid-game bridge there to get you over to the Caitlyn timer, that I'm not too worried about that, right? You've got Silas, who can do an insane amount of work in the mid-game, and I think that that's what you're going to be relying on, especially with this favorable matchup into the mid lane.
Yeah, no, but I think the matchup itself is you're right to call that out, because that could really swing this one way or the other. And both these junglers, they can gank okay, right? I mean, I think you get a good pillar down, then that can help you kind of close a gap, right? You throw the W down if you're a bookie, you get that little bit of a speed boost. It's a little bit, I'll say cringe to work around two walls if you're Miru, but but you're a Silas. I don't know, get over it.
Yeah, literally, right? Like, unless there was a Poppy for Devost on the top side, this would just be like the ultimate terrain style composition.
True.
But they've not opted into that, and maybe quite rightly so here, as I think Toplop's taking a pretty awful set of trades here, and he's going to have to deal with that on his own time. But looking like the Caitlyn is not doing too badly just yet down on the spot side, expecting that the Ezreal should be able to find some good trades, but ultimately, you're playing Ezreal, you're going to sit back, you're going to try and scale. If you're playing Caitlyn, you're going to try and bully and abuse early.
Yeah, and you simply must. As Enga, in the business end of these trades, well, I say that. We get back very nicely. Both these laners running the Electrocute. Ignite here for Enga. Based. Love that.
Yeah. Tell him. Get the damage down. Why not? And I think that's, this is the way to offset the slight disadvantage that you're expecting to see in the mid lane as Enga, that if you're actually looking to try and find kill threat, or if the Silas tries to get a little bit too aggressive, you can sort of put down an intimidation ignite, like, oh, don't go for this because I'll ignite you type thing, and hope that that's enough.
And sometimes it is, often it is not with, I feel like once you get one item, or like, you get a little bit in you, then, obviously that combo with the Electrocute can hit a little harder than you would think. But yeah, I mean, you don't play it for, okay.
Sorolu is just absolutely, just bullied Snaker, I think, is the easiest way of me phrasing that.
Dude, and look, he's playing with some energy, man. He's playing like someone who, this is his CBLOL debut, and he knows as a jungler, I've got to make shit happen. Sorry, there's my one. I've got to make stuff happen. And he absolutely is doing that, man. Yeah,
and you're replacing Disarmus, who's a player that for, the majority of time, we as a broadcast team were incredibly high on. Yeah. Very happy that he was
just
in the
last year. He was leading the South's great hope against the LTA North.
Yeah, so this is a big day for Sorolu, and the fact that he's doing such a good job already, definitely something to keep our eye out for as this game gets, and honestly as the season develops as well. But Spot Snaker trying to find a recall. Unfortunately, very little counterplay to that one. Flashes in, immediately scoops him up with the H-Tal's impact, and that's first blood.
Yeah, famously not a lot of counterplay to that, unfortunately. But it's the only kill we've got to write home about so far. As Cade out to an early lead in this one. Devist bullying Wiser. No TP's pop just yet. I think both these laners just looking for a way back. What's your window? Try to get back. Get the little advantage that you might need. First Dragon going to spawn in just a little bit here. Cade trying to lay down a little more vision, but the advantage in the lane is over to VKS, and Caitlyn's got back with her Berserker's Treads. Berserker's Greaves, I should say.
Ooh, no, I mean, I like Berserker's Treads. Give me attack speed boost that also give me tenacity. Hell
yes. Yeah, wouldn't I mean, as an ADC, that's kind of your dream.
Yeah, it is. Not wrong in any way. Aseo is T-posing almost on Leviathan down here, just sort of walking forward and making sure that they know that this is Caitlyn's bot lane.
Yes, they've got they've got a lot of onus on them to just make sure this Caitlyn stays. They make sure that it stays her bot lane, because otherwise, Leviathan have ways back into this one. It could get hairy They do have ways to play around this. But Sorolu, both him and Bookie just waiting around there, now opting to cut their losses. Maybe you go for the dragon here. Yeah, Sorolu gonna start that one up.
And I like this, to be honest. Get a good chunk of gold in. Get the objectives starting early. I think that you can start to snowball this composition as well. You've got that Silas, you've got 2 massive meatballs in the early game, and look at the damage that Leviathan are going to do early on. There's not a lot of it before 2 items come through, so this is really your time to try and make that work, try and get the advantages early on, so that when you come to that late game, and you probably have a compositional disadvantage, but you've got enough of a lead to offset that.
Yeah, that's the formula. That is it for that composition. But Miru, in the meanwhile, he's trading all right here into Anga. He's grabbed himself the 2 amp tomes now. That's certainly going to feel a little bit better, Anga.
And that's a real good reason why this matchup is not too fun for the Anivia.
No.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, fantastic. Top lock.
There it is.
Took advantage of the fact that Mira was more concerned about not dying than not counting the minions. Sorolla going to grab himself a kill on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, on to Devist. That feels really rough if you're the Rumble. But yeah, 1 for 1 across the
great.
Map. No.
And Toplop gets the kill as well when Enga spends Ignite. Like, it's the small things here, but I mean, it does feel... It feels a little bit bad for Enga. It feels really bad for Devost.
Yeah, I mean, but they're big things for these compositions, right? I mean, we talk about how fine kind of the margins in this early game can be and how it can explode in the mid game if you're not careful. If you don't dot your I's and cross your T's as this game starts up here. Going to get another look at how this went down up on the top side. Just the CC chain was simply too much. Devist ulted the wave, knew that his time was here. Yeah,
pretty simple, pretty good stuff. And now we get to see. This is largely apropos of Toplop to begin with, but. Really good engage, and it doesn't flash the tangle barbs, gets caught out, and I think it's one of the secondary cues that ends up finding the kill in this instance. And really fun interaction for the Anivia. The one side of this that does make it feel like a good matchup is that when Silas steals your ulti, he gets to use it once, and that's about it. Oh
yeah, that is
egg.
But he still does get to do a lot of damage. Now ult's traded by the 2 supports. Kaiwing stuck behind the pillar. Not much left for him to do about that.
All right, well, that was nice and quick, nice and easy. Toplop flashed on top of Kaiwing, made sure there was no way out for the Nami. Despite the tidal wave, there's an attempt to disengage. It's not really going to be enough there, as, maybe you're lucky to get out on the other side of the wall. I like that here Enga has opted to go for the blasting one component of the Rod of Ages to really try and put Miryu in the dirt nice and early. Hasn't got any boots, so isn't really working towards that Merc Treads anytime soon, but gets 200 HP back from Kaiwing. Has enough mana to threaten Enga here, and instead pushes the wave. Is going to instead be absolutely fine.
You get another replay here of how exactly this went down in the bottom lane. Aqua Prison doesn't land initially, but Bookie shows up, right place, right time, man, and the rest of his team knew that was the go button.
This is a small thing as well, but Snaker there, channeling his ulti for when the tidal wave hits him, effectively immunes the CC that he has, that he's going to get hit by. Because if you start channeling it before you get knocked up, the channel takes the duration of the knock up, and then you just have to sort of accept that you're going to be a little bit slowed afterwards. But it's a good little utilization and a good optimization down on the bot side.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Roodood. Appreciate when
you
call these things out, because I just don't have the eyes for that. But wish I did. Really wish I did. Do not.
It's the small things that make me tick, these are the reasons why these guys are pro. And like in that instance, did it make the difference? Was Kaiwing dead anyway? Yeah, probably. But if it happens at the right time and you're training the good habits early on, this is the type of thing that can be the difference in those late game situations.
Yeah, and in just professional League of Legends, the margins are very, very small. Even bad players are really, really good. The worst professional League of Legends player you've watched could probably still run your shit. Oh, that's my second one. Never mind. All right.
We get 2 apparently. I'll use mine later.
Yeah, there you go.
Ignite goes down, and Miryu still. Does Zenka have still wall right? No. Okay, it doesn't go for it, but going to be able to push this wave in. Miryu flashes out to safety again. You've got no MR on this Silas, and Anger's doing a really good job at the minute. Hasn't actually opted for a tier, so early Rod,
Yeah.
hopefully not going to see that Seraphs come through, and instead looking for a slightly earlier spike in this game.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta. That is bold. I mean, like the tier does matter. I mean, you want to get like the sooner you get out of that Seraphs, the better. The defensive value is really high. CEO in some trouble. Bookie just gonna run him down. There you go. Yeah, got him with a smite at the end there. I think.
Subjugate is
Subjugate.
was what he did
Really?
there.
Oh, I
Now
thought
they may be in trouble.
Okay, well, they are toast here. Wiser gets forward, gets the decimating smash down, doesn't even need to channel it the whole way. Sorolu,
They're all so
rip up
low.
the rest of the squad here. Double kill for the rookie jungler making his debut. Top Lop gonna get a kill, but really just kind of for nothing.
And I mean, that's what, 3 for 1 there down on the, no, 3 for 2, because Seo did die. And you get TP out of Wiser as well for Leviathan. I'm not entirely against this. They get some gold onto Devost, and you know the Rumble finishes their top playing quest. You did get the kill onto Seo down on the bot side, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Again, all of these kills are going into the wrong place. Snaker 0, 2, and 3. He's 3, 2, and 0. Completely different story, but
Yes,
but
alas.
yeah, and I think that if Seo just sort of walks out here, he's always going to be in trouble. And yeah, a little arcane shift over the wave this time. And Bookie goes, thank you. And knows that there's no more damage coming through. Subjugate to finish off that kill, but then doesn't have it for Sorolu. And if they have the Subjugate here, this fight looks completely different. As I don't know that Snaker realized that there was a teleport coming through there. If he had done, probably would have tried to shift in a different direction, but you know, 2 for 3, double kill onto the Skarner. Also, not where the gold wants to be going for VKS,
No,
right? 4 kills
fair,
on a
yeah.
Skarner, not the biggest deal. 4 kills on a Caitlyn, big deal.
Now we're talking. Yeah, gonna make that mid-game trough pretty much non-existent, effectively. You've kind of papered over it. But for now...
Can you
this
paper
is
over a
what they've-
trough?
You can't paper over a trough. No, I guess you're right. No.
What could you do over a trough? I'm not sure.
You can build a bridge over a
Yeah.
trough. But that sounds...
That seems a bit excessive.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's a little on the nose. Seems like overkill.
Yeah. Oh, well, we'll workshop that. We'll try and find something else that
Yeah.
you could put over it. You could board it up, I think.
Yeah.
That's the one I'm going to go for. You can
Yeah,
board up
I
a
think
trough.
that's
fine.
That's good enough.
That doesn't hit. We'll save that one. We'll put that one on the bench. And maybe that's what you could put over a trough, and that might be the nice little
The
bow to
bench,
tie this
yes.
all up in.
There you go. Well done.
With Snaker here down on the spot side, he's going to keep on farming. He's going to keep on wailing away at Wiser, trying to get those tier stacks nice and early. Roll quest complete means he gets a little chunk of gold, and most likely he's going to go back to base to finish off that Trinity Force. And we'll see whether or not this 2-item, Ezreal can really come home to roost. A little bit over the halfway point for the stacks on his tier. So he's in a pretty good position to make that 2-item spike look really good. Trinity Force picked up. Extra little glowing moat as well, just for good measure.
Just for the vibes.
Mm-hmm.
1,000 gold lead. Here for Vivocade Stars. Yeah, those 4 kills, I mean, it really is starting to weigh heavy that they are on Sorolu. If they're on really either member, like you said, the Caitlyn would have been ideal. Toplop can eat a little bit of damage. Oh, in the Proto Belt. Not nothing there.
Devost.
Sorolu,
Flash.
yeah, Devast. Surely he gets hit by that, and the Impale comes in over the top as well. CC chain is simply too much. Devast will go down. Another one onto Sorolu.
Yeah, just tries to clear the wave in the end there, but I've got a Skarner who's got 5 kills at this stage. I mean, there is a point where he becomes a little bit too tanky, through the early stages of the game. So possible angle that it could still be that Sorolu carry. But honestly, like you're joining into this Vivocade roster again. We were looking at this and thinking, wow, how can we ever possibly get rid of Disarmist? But I think the answers are blatantly in front of us here, as he's doing an incredible job.
Yeah, no, he's slotted in very, very nicely. And been the engine
seamlessly as well.
Yeah, no, and he's been such the engine for this early game. Look, and then the party line was the synergy is just better. It's certainly looking like it, man. And again, look, you're playing against Leviathan. Now, who is Kate's next game? That's the real question. And when it comes to playoffs time, right? I think you're obviously going to be a lot more is going to be asked of you. You're not going to be able to get as much as freely. Again, greatest respect to Leviathan, but you don't walk into 1 and 4 by accident. I'll put it that way.
No. Yeah.
So Cade have Loud next. Much more chaotic. We're going to learn a little bit more about Sorolu and his synergies.
Yeah. I mean, Young Jay is going to test Test some things. I don't know my opinion of Young Jay just I really like him as a player. Maybe not because of the pixel perfect League of Legends, but more so for the vibes that he puts out onto the Rift. But it'll definitely be a good matchup to see that one up against Sorolu here, as it's like he's now the one who's being targeted. Still has that itch-style impact to get away, but holds on to it and might instead look to turn and find and engage himself.
Tidal Wave goes out. Mirror looking for a flank. He's got the... I thought it was an Ezreal ult, but it wasn't because he was cloned. It was the Pop Blossom instead, but it was so massive. But might not be enough here. No, it sets up just enough here as Cade look to turn the fight. Enga can't do much here. Not just doesn't have the sauce just yet. Decimating Smash not used to its full effect, but it doesn't matter. Gets the slow off. Bookie can't do much. Use the Subjugate elsewhere. Trying to get as much done as he can. CEO flashes over the wall very nicely down. That is some saucy AD carry play from CEO as Cade wrap up what should be, in effect, a 5-for-1 ace. And now they're going to go for the Baron. Or no, it's not a Baron. 16 minutes in. This game feels like it's been going on for so much longer.
Let's go. Get to the Baron, guys, quickly. It's, oh, wait, never mind. Even still, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, well, that could have gone a lot worse for VKS. I think Snaker there had a couple of really bad executions, and Miryu, real MVP performance from that fight, has the stolen Pot Blossom, comes in, catches 3 people with it, and we're going to get to see the glory of it once more. Kaiwing starts it off with a nice wave to go through. Miryu steals Pot Blossom, does say that he's stolen the Ezreal ulti. That's just not the case. Toplop does a good job trying to disengage, but the fight's already over by that point, unfortunately. So Miryu does end up falling, gives his life for what is a very, very good cause. I think Wiser here, a little bit sad that he doesn't get the knock-up. But at this point, I don't want to be that guy, but don't look at Snaker as he flashes over the wall here to try and get on top of Seo. Q goes wide, W goes wide. And we come back to live, and the Devost is dead again.
Yes, it has not been a good game for the boy on the Rumble. Sorolu, again, he's just everywhere. Dude, 100% KP, 100%. Literally everywhere.
Anywhere that anything is happening in the positive favor for VKS, it's off the back of this guy in the jungle. So, sort of the premium subscription version of Scary, if we remember that one. That was...
That's crazy. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, you know, he's here for the vibes, right? Like, that's what they said.
Yep.
The Synergy's better is just a better branded version of the vibes are good.
Yep.
And he's carrying games instead. Feels like Scary came into that roster, just kind of didn't really change anything, but they were enjoying themselves a little bit more. Cerulu's come into this composition and he's dictated the pace of the game.
Yes. And it's been a rapid pace for VKS. He's got the Protoplasm now. He's on 2 items and change. Everybody else still rocking an item and a half, and that is the advantage that he has built up. And, you know, he's spread the wealth very nicely as well. All things well, no, he hasn't. That's simply not true. No, 7 kills for him does not mean spreading the wealth. That is trickle-down economics. And you can have your opinions on trickle-down economics, whether it works or not. I've got mine. But here, it is working.
Tell you've been going to business school. The word economics is still a big scary word for me right now.
If you think about it too much, even if you do go to business school, it is still terrifying in a different way. But Leviathan, it's Death Squad time. When you are losing as a Lev fan, throw all your champions at the problem. They got the one. Bookie dings at just the right time here. But all the ultimates are gone here for the side of Leviathan. Can they get anything back here? Wiser chases Toplop off the fight. Got the Herald, should they go for any more here? Yeah, he's just stuck. Sorolu, he's just locked up. That is incredible. That is a really tough break. Simply could not move. And Snaker, didn't no Qs went wide there. Nor could they have.
I mean, I guess that was Protoplasm that's just keeping him alive on top of Kaiwing as well. Putting that damage down. I mean, they're still looking 5v3 here. They've got the HP to maybe make this work.
Yeah, potentially here, but the TP comes in. This could be the death sentence here. Miru coming in hot. He's got ultimate. He's got Proto Belt. Where should he go? He is going to go right onto Anga. No stolen ultimate needed. And now the Cade Stars Death Squad marching forward themselves. They look for a little bit more. Not going to get it, though. Take a recall. A couple of these champions. Yeah, a little worse for wear are a couple of the other members of VKS.
hey man, you know what? They got a 2-for-1 in the long run. That's not bad, and especially when you're behind in gold, you'll take it. I think Snaker was the recipient of one of those kills, which is going to feel really nice. He's probably going to be able to finish the Mirror Mana now and have an Ezreal that truly starts kicking into this mid game. Obviously, as this game goes on, didn't really mind Leviathan's composition. I think they've got a good amount of damage, and with the way that Bucky will be able to subjugate either the Scion or the Skarner, they're going to have a good amount of damage as well. Is Top Top in trouble?
He is. Yes, he's in big trouble.
Yeah. And I see now why the bug is happening. It's not really a bug. He's stealing the ulti of Nico when Nico is disguised as Ezreal.
Yeah, that's what happened. But
I wonder if he knows that it's Nico that he's actually stealing when they do that. That's my.
that's.
I mean, probably he does, right? Like,
yeah, you think he's got an inkling, right? It's like this is very sus positioning for the Ezreal. But alas, CC down on a Devast, and it's just a repeat of what's been happening to him all game. Poor dude has had just a nightmare game on the Rumble. Has not gotten anything done, unfortunately. Yordle snap traps, and didn't even hit one of those for lore accurate bonuses. But no, Cerolo and company, they're on to this Baron. They're still kind of looking for the turn, though. They haven't really committed to it. They want to try to get this fight. Cerolo goes over the wall, just flashes over the wall, gets the Ishtal's impact. There's the Impale. Pop Blossom over the top. It's just too much. Bookie, all you can do is throw up a pillar and head for the hills. Enga will go down next. The Ed goes down on the subsequently, and a triple kill for CL. Finally, he's in the game. Cade feeling really good about the way things are going. Now they go for the Baron.
And that's probably game here. That's the breaking point for Leviathan. If they can stop that Baron, then maybe there's a way back into this one. But no, I mean it's a Cerullo masterclass. I'm going to be honest. This guy has come onto the scene and absolutely torn apart Leviathan. This Skarner performance has been perfect so far. And call it what you want. 7 kills is maybe a bit too much for a majority of Skarners, but Cerullo deserves every single one of them. And this game, or that fight rather, started as the game did. And it was with some bullying of Snaker. Again, just really solid mechanics. I mean, saying that on Skarner feels a little bit on the nose, but flashes on top of him, slams him into the wall, immediate channel on the ulti. There is no chance for him to press E. Lined up into a Scion Q as well. Like just everything goes perfectly for VKS, and it's really, really solid team play.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Cade that was promised. And this is the kind of League of Legends we saw them playing when they were at the peak of their powers, dominating the rest of the LTA. Anyone not named that FlyQuest juggernaut, fell victim to VKS. They were the second best team in the Americas with a bullet. Now, they're not all the way back there. This is just against Leviathan, but, you know, our defending champions looked useless against Leviathan. So, you know, it's what kind of benchmark it is, I guess that's for you to decide, but it is a benchmark.
Yeah, I think defending champions at the minute as well, definitely looking very fallible. Very much like they're not going to defend their title more so than anything else.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But look, it's loud. Crazier things have happened. But yeah, right now they do not look like themselves. For sure.
Still a minute and 30 seconds left on this Baron, so VKS plenty of time to try and make something happen. This is a good corridor for them to try and fight in, and they're probably going to have to try and find something here.
Yeah, Weiser going to get some help from the tidal wave.
And the fact that he's able to stand there and stay alive is absolutely wild, to be honest, because that's a chokehold where you've literally sectioned off everyone else. Hold on. Oh, okay.
Oof.
Top lives, but Miryu's got a big boy ulti now, and he's got a Mountain Dragon to fall back to.
Yeah. No, things looking very, very scary right now. And the options just get thinner and thinner for Leviathan, so they're going to exercise none of them, and instead are just going to, let this one play out as we think it's going to. Tied it up 2 dragons apiece now. This Cade just looking to dot some I's and cross some T's. 8,000 gold up. They've got that Baron as well. Got to crack open the base here, though, Roodood.
They do, and I think that they've got a good enough gold lead to be able to do it. I think the problem is that they've taken their resets. 30 seconds left on the Baron. They're probably calling it quits at that. Breaking up in the base, always tricky versus an Anivia composition, especially when you don't have the Baron. So I think the fact that Leviathan have held off that or have stalled this much is the smallest of wins, I guess, over anything else. But we'll see here as Miryu. That's not an Ezreal ulti, I'm almost certain. Saw him steal away the Nico ulti.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but essentially it dynamically changes, I guess.
Yeah, could do. Well, he's Nico at the minute, so I'm guessing not.
Yeah, so maybe not actually. Maybe it's just. But I thought he stole when he was a Nico.
3 Qs, not nothing.
Yeah.
You should just put Mirror under a little bit of pressure. They have Weiser ulted into the mid lane. Good pillar keeps that one at bay.
He's taken actually a non-zero amount of damage here as Snaker, only on 2.5 items, but has thwarted the 4-1 lane assignment as Weiser can't really do much here. Scouting with the clone is top lap. Bookie looking for some sort of cash interrupt, a recall maybe with a pillar, but looking like that will not be the case.
Certainly is. And that secondary siege with the Baron, a bit of a flub, to be honest. And we're getting to see why Snaker is such a talent to have on your roster. I think single-handedly there sort of kept the siege from happening. Poked out Mirror, then put a good chunk down onto Weiser as well, and for VKS they kind of went, yeah, we're not fussed if we don't get it here. We're going to get it in a little bit of time as well. So they'll probably find this game. They might just need to take a little bit more time to make it happen. A Baron spawning in 1 minute and 50 seconds, probably going to be their go-to. Endless Hunger up for Snaker, which, I mean, why have you barriered that, buddy? That is the biggest waste of barrier I've ever seen.
Giveth and he taketh away. A solid but flawed AD carry.
Yeah, I don't know. That must be muscle memory, like reflex. Yeah. There's no reason to be. You've got Endless Hunger. You're under no threat. And that's really sad because that could be the difference in the next fight as well. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, if he gets caught and dies immediately and Barry wouldn't have saved him, then whatever. But let's not mince our words. That was that was bad.
Not completely over for Cade just yet, but they're gonna need a lot of that damage from Snaker. I mean, the ability to keep him safe. I mean, there are tools that can get onto the back of him, far-reaching CC from Kai Wing with the tidal wave as well. So I mean, they've got tools to get to Snaker, and the rest of the map has not gone great for Leviathan. Devist 0-5. I mean, look, it's still a solid enough build for him, right? He's gonna get the percent max health. Will farm damage through Weiser. So Devist, actually, to his credit, not going to be useless, I don't think, in these fights. And Anga didn't end up going for the tier or any sort of Seraph's item, or any Seraph's or any sort of tier item at all. And
I like that, to be honest. If you're going for Malignance as well, you get mana from that Lost Chapter item. And it does work out that you don't really run out of mana. Let's see, Anga Barrier. Oh, never mind. All right, 5 people in the mid lane for Leviathan, roaming Death Squad. They actually see Mirror TPing up to the top lane here, so this could be their window to try and make something happen. Maybe that tier 1 turret? Let's find out.
They got to get something here. The 4v5, they've got the numbers advantage. They take the scenic route down. There's Mirror, I should say. Now Weiser. Trying to be a body. So Rolu taken low. Miru. He's showing up. Is this the go button for Vivo Cade Stars? Gets the Nico ultimate. That is huge. He's going to go in with the Pop Blossom. Gets 3. It's masterful from Miru. Absolutely max range. Nothing Leviathan can do about it. Miru going golden. I don't even think because he needed to. Just he wanted to look cool while he sealed the game for VKS. A fantastic Nico ultimate. Swiping that away. I mean, for that alone, the Skarner pick is worth it. I mean, just what you can do with this Nico ult, man. It's silly. Yeah,
that's the big pick that you wanted to see from Mirror right there. Turns up the game, and that fight looked pretty rough for VKS to start off with. I mean, Sorolu there getting a little bit overzealous as he went for an engage that was definitely 4 versus 5, but it's all in the hands of a wallet check. They find the Baron afterwards. They find themselves pretty much 10k gold lead here, and Mirror now able to get that big fight that we've been waiting for. Stolen away Nico ultis have done a lot so far this game, but let's take a look at it again. Sorolu, I think for me, goes in very aggressively here. Does catch Anga with the flash, but they don't really get anything from this. But all they're doing is just stalling, buying time, waiting for Mirror to get in, and then the combo here is absolutely insane. Steals it, channels the ulti, then goes flash W proto belt. Oh, lovely stuff.
Yeah,
and
cannot draw it up any better.
Yeah, catches the bot lane completely unawares. Snaker's got flash there. He just doesn't think that there's the range on the Sylas to get in.
No, but instead he cleared the entire screen.
Yeah. Crazy
Now-
work from Miriam, and now they'll probably take their victory march down on the bot side. Trap wall is in play. The Anivia ulti's down, but it's doing very little to dissuade VKS and CEO in particular.
Yeah, no, not much you can do here, unfortunately. I mean, Snaker just got to soften up some targets, right? I mean, get something done. There's no, Ocean Dragons or anything to help heal you back up, but Miru, he's going to grab himself a Subjugate, and that feels, that is, if not the Nico ult, that or the Rumble ult are just fantastic boxes to be able to check. I mean, just Subjugate anyone and just start doing true damage to them.
Yeah, like that's the point, is that the Silas AP ratio on Subjugate is actually going to feel really good, in that you'll probably just deal like 50% of somebody's max HP with the push of a button. You're maybe not going to get exceptionally tanky, but that's not the thing that you're looking for with it.
No, it doesn't matter. No, you're just there to just assassinate 100-0 somebody. That's what you can do with one, maybe two spell rotations. You can delete pretty much anybody. There's a Subjugate. It lands on the Bookie. Now he's going to be a little less tanky. So we're going to try to heal up the old-fashioned way here.
Wiser.
Yeah, Miro just trying to find his way into it. Wiser. Taking pretty low. He's going to get out of dodge. But now with the two Nexus towers down, Leviathan, it's time for their last stand. What can they get going here, if anything? Nexus started to be taken low.
Seo.
Yeah, Seo looking pretty good. Top lock gets a good ultimate down. It must be said. Shutdown comes in, but another one comes in from Miru. He gets 2 iterations of his ultimate back, and it's a triple form. It's a quadra.
Give it
him the penta. Kylie swiped it earlier. You hate to see it, but VKS take a relatively painless 2-0 victory over Leviathan.
Yeah, they did a good job there. Found themselves that 2-0 kind of necessarily as well. They keep pace with our leaders, or rather with our second place team in Futsu, and they put themselves now joint second alongside 2 other teams, and make that gap at the top not quite all the way there, with VKS, Futsu, and Furia now 3 teams joint at that 4-2. The top 4 and bottom 4 beginning maybe to flesh itself out, with Los Grandes feeling like they could fluctuate in between either.
Yeah, well, if you listen to the podcast, you know my thoughts on Los Grandes. They're a solid, if unspectacular team, and looks like that's what they are continuing to prove to be. But for Cade, look, I mean, again, it was against Leviathan, small sample size, grain of salt, not the best opposition, but this team looks certainly rejuvenated with Sorolu, and if results-based analysis is anything to go by, this could be what helps them kind of, stabilize the season, if nothing else. I mean, it's the new manager bounce, right? Is it actually a new manager bounce? Is it just variance? Is it just you ran into a couple of games that you were probably going to win anyway against weaker opposition? I don't know, but the vibes and the results
to find that out.
Yeah, exactly. Things are looking good as of right now. Roodood, any final thoughts on either of these squads before we send it home?
I think that VKS, they needed this 2-0 here today. I think that if it didn't look this convincing, there'd have been problems that we'd have need answering. But they did. There were a little bit of a hiccup in game number 1. Game 2 felt a lot cleaner. They got their foot over the line without too many difficulties. And for Leviathan, look, this is no surprise to anyone really. They're playing the games. They're getting their way through this. And we're going to hope for better things from them. We know that there are some pieces that are really solid, but equally there are some pieces that just they can't seem to fully put together. Unfortunately, yeah. But hey, the possibility of playoffs is still alive because Loud lost earlier today, so it's all to play for next week for both of these teams. If Loud lose and if Loud lose and Lev win, Lev make playoffs. Loud do not. So as rough as the split has been for Leviathan, that 1 win over Loud could prove to be absolutely massive. But the rest of the top 5, it seems like, is just kind of locked into place. So that's going to do it for us. For our producer, Rose, big shout out to them for producing, as always, yesterday and today. For Trajan yesterday, and Roodood yesterday and today. Thank you so much for being here, y'all. I've been 4x4. Have a great rest of your week.